order. Historic Landmarks Commission, December 6th, 2023. All right, roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll proceed with roll call. Chair Grumbine,
Here?
Commissioner Butler,
Here.
Commissioner Dordan,
Here.
Commissioner Drury,
Here.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Here.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Here.
Commissioner McClure,
Here.
Commissioner Uli.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Oh, did you look for Vice Chair House, or do you just know he's not here?
I just knew he wasn't here.
Okay.
He's invisible.
Yep. All right. Okay, on to item A, public comment. Any member of the public may address the commission for up to 2 minutes on any subject within our jurisdiction that is not scheduled on this agenda for public discussion. So anyone in the public wanting to discuss something that's not on this agenda? All right.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I have 4 speaker slips, so
Okay.
we'll start with Cherry Ray. If you could make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Okay. All right, welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sherry Ray. Santa Barbara is a Tree City, USA. In 1997, a 5-block stand of Italian stone pines on Anapamu Street was designated a city historic landmark. The distinctive canopy has been long cherished as part of Santa Barbara's character. Over the years, various community members have repeatedly served as stewards and expressed concern for their care, their health, and safety. In the 1960s, Pearl Chase harangued then Parks Director Mike Pejos about implementing best practices to protect them. In September of 2013, my friend and community treasurer Kellen DeForest and I appeared before this body to request a health inventory, maintenance, and protection plan when one of the oldest trees was unexpectedly cut down. In 2014, the City Council adopted the Urban Forest Management Plan as a way of preserving and protecting our community trees. However, several aspects of that plan seem to be ignored regarding those landmark trees, particularly interdepartmental coordination and communication, as well as the maintenance, longevity, and replacement of designated specimen and historic trees. So once again, citizens are here recognizing that this special historic landmark is highly stressed, prompting concerns not only for the health of individual trees, but about the possible dangers they may pose to public safety, since many have been falling unexpectedly and they have not been replaced to replace the landmark. Is it possible that this historic stand unimaginably is being de-landmarked due to not so benign neglect? Think of our team as the Lorax, speaking for these trees. As Dr. Seuss reminded us, and as we teach our children, unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Please take on the leadership of caring for these living historic landmark trees that have been so significant for so long. Thank you.
Thank you.
And up next, we have Emma Brinkman. You can make your way up to the podium, and you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
I have a couple of images.
Oh, you can bring him here. We can get him on camera. All right. Thank you. If City TV, yeah, you got the power now. All right. You can zoom in. Oops, sorry. There we go. Oh,
There you go.
thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Emma Brinkman. I reside at 1261 Farella Road. Our urban forester, who I had a chance to discuss the Doreen stone pines with, has indicated that the stone pine replacement would not be planted during a drought year. After our recent wet winter, we have yet to witness any replacement pines planted. He also suggested a beetle infestation as a possible cause of stone pine loss. We consulted with entomologist Dr. Frank Sansis. He determined that the evidence was insufficient to conclude a beetle infestation as a cause for catastrophic stone pine decline. I'd like to draw your attention to 2 images. The one marked A is a stand of stone pines on South H Street in Lompoc. And if you note, below the canopy, there are replacement trees. And the other is a view of the same stand from Locust Street, just to give you the idea how beautiful those canopies are and are maintained that way. Lompoc has a historic stand of stone pines, not landmarked, yet they benefit from a proactive maintenance schedule. Biannual detailed assessments monitor possible disease, trunk lean, risk conditions, and failure. We have requested similar records from our urban forester, but to date have not received any. If mitigation is warranted, Lompoc initiates a timeline for work to be completed. But before any chainsaws start up, the neighbors are brought up to date with the status of the pines and planned mitigation work. The meeting is held at Stone Pine Hall. If removal of pines is part of the work plan, replacement trees are planted, even in drought years. We should look to Lompoc for the established standard of care. We are requesting staff to place the Doremus Italian stone pines as a discussion item on a future agenda, sooner rather than later, because this landmark is in serious trouble. Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Richard Clausen. If you can make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Don't stand down yet.
All right. We got image 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you, City TV.
Thank you, Chair Granbon. I'd like to focus first on the upper left-hand image, if that could be zoomed in on, perhaps just a single image at a time would be good. Each of you commissioners has received a lengthy document from me on the sorry state of the landmarked Doremus pine trees and written correspondence this week previewing my comments today. This chart shows the number of living trees through the years. The important points show 79 trees at the time of landmarking and 47 remaining trees from that number now. That decline is shown as a dotted or dashed orange line on the right. Can we see image number 2, please? This is a simple stacked pyramid that shows the prestige bestowed on a landmark by the many local, fewer statewide, and rarest national acknowledgments. Local landmarking usually carries the least amount of status. There's greater stature for state recognition and the most for listing on the National Register of Historic Places. Can we see number 3 now, image number 3? This inverted pyramid represents the relative protection afforded to a landmark at those same 3 levels. Listing on the National Register carries very little actionable protection for a listed property. It is at the local level where the defenses against degrading or destroying a landmark are the strictest. We have those protections codified locally in our municipal code, but they seem not to have prevented the loss of 30 to 40% of the trees the City Council expected would be preserved with its landmark designation in 1997. If this example were a landmark structure, like City Hall or the Carrillo Recreation Center, both city-owned landmark buildings, would the commission or the public tolerate the loss of 1/3 of those buildings? I hope not. Where does the responsibility fall for ensuring the preservation of our city landmarks after the hoopla of designation has died down? That's a rhetorical question I hope you will address publicly in the near future for the sake of this and other historic resources. Thank you.
And lastly, we have Kathy Richardson. If you can make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, I wasn't really planning on speaking today. I was just coming to find out more about this historic center on State Street. But I do live right off of State Street at the corner of State and Padre. And I just wanted you to be aware of one of the houses that is next to the church. It is a preschool that was designated to be allowed to be there in 1999 with a lot of requirements with the CUP. And recently, the home, which is owned by the church, the Storyteller Center took all the vegetation off of the backyard, old trees, vegetation, and the easement next door that was only for the church to use. They started building a humongous play structure that is bigger than what you find at your parks around here, complete with 12-foot poles. The length of the backyards was going to be in there with a circus-type tent across the back in 2 locations. City got wind of it. They red tagged them. No permits were issued. the contractor, he's not even a contractor because he's not even licensed, was doing all of this work. The problem we have is the city council makes all these requirements with the CUP. Fast forward 24 years, no one has been looking at what this has turned into. It was only supposed to be a preschool for homeless children. That's why they allowed it to come there. Only homeless because there was a need. It is now a fee-based preschool, and these are not homeless people who are utilizing this. These play structures that were going to go up were, again, humongous. Now, because of all the vegetation gone, all the neighbors hear the kids screaming and yelling from 7:30 on. The CUP says they're not supposed to be there playing in the backyard, and only one backyard, nowhere else. They play all over the place, 7:30 on when they open. And we, as neighbors, are losing our property values with this going on in the back. It was a mess. I invite you all to drive past here and look at this. This is right off of State Street in this historic area that you guys are, I guess, discussing today. So I have been in contact with the planning department. They're so backed up.
So, sorry, just a quick question. Are you referring to the item 6, the city right-of-way, mission and state? Or
Well,
is it-
I thought this might relate to it because they are on State Street. So I
Oh,
was
gosh,
speaking
is
with
this a
someone here.
different, is this a different case, or a different case or different thing? You're just,
I-
you're just
I-
saying it's kind of related to the,
It's on State Street there,
Okay,
so
but
I
it's
don't
not
know.
that.
So I
Okay.
wanted to find out more about it, just to let you all know what's going on. So 24 years, this has morphed into something completely different, and the burden is on all of the neighbors to try and get this to be stopped and addressed. We didn't have a problem with this preschool operating beforehand. We can't get them to address the issues and when they're supposed to play, nothing. The list of the violations are extensive with this. So I don't know how you guys can get planning to, enforce your CUP laws. It's taking a long time.
okay. Well, thank you for that. We'll maybe make some comments after.
Okay.
All right.
All right,
Any
thank
other-
you.
Any other public comment?
That's all the speaker slips I have at this time, but we did receive written correspondence from Richard Clausen, Sherry Ray McKinney, and Emma Brinkman, and that was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. And I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Grumbine.
Great, thank you. So we'll close public comment. Oh, she's leaving, so, yes.
That was my mistake. I thought she was the letter writer about the visibility of the.
Oh, gotcha, yeah. Okay. All right, so we'll close public comment, and we'll go to approval of the minutes of the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting November 8th, 2023.
Motion to approve.
All right, motion by Uli, second by Vice Chair House. Under discussion, any edits? Going once, going twice?
It's either
Yeah. You guys are.
of corrections. Any striped awnings or anything?
All right, well, not seeing any corrections. We go on motion second, no discussion. So all those, can we have a roll call vote for approval of the minutes?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll proceed with roll call vote. Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Abstain?
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're on to item C, approval of consent calendar for December 6th, 2023.
Motion to approve the calendar.
Second.
All right, motion by Uli, second by Vice Chair House. The 1-2 combo.
Yeah.
All right, to staff.
Draw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go through the minutes for the hearing. Item A was 27 East Coda Street, which was continued indefinitely for administrative approval with the following comments. 1, the finish of the vertical concrete column should match the existing poured-in-place concrete. 2, the fence should be painted black. 3, return with a different light fixture on the columns that is more in line with EPV, and it can be simple. 4, all light fixtures should be 2700 K or less. Item B was 401 East Pedregosa Street, which received project design approval and final approval with the findings that the project compatibility analysis findings have generally been met. Item C, 135 East Anapamu Street, was continued indefinitely with the comments that 1, the trash enclosure is to be plaster and painted beige or a similar color to the adjacent buildings. 2, the doors of the trash enclosure are to be more traditional to EPV. 3, the corner window and door assembly is to have muntins and dimensions similar in geometry and breakup of the existing second floor. 4, study historic examples for the storefront type and transoms. And 5, ensure lights are traditional to El Pueblo Viejo. D, 2801 Verde Vista Drive was continued indefinitely with the comments to 1, study alignment of the east triple windows of the second floor and align them with the gable of the second story. 2, thicken the walls and corners on the north elevation to match the existing house conditions. And 3, the commission is in support of waiving additional supplemental FAR materials, but requests photos from the alley side to confirm that the mass is not overwhelming or blocking views. And item E was 520 Plaza Rubio, which was continued indefinitely with the comments that the project compatibility analysis findings have generally been met.
All right, so with all that, under discussion, any discussion,
Mr. Chair,
questions? Yeah.
how do you spell Muntins? Isn't it INS?
Oh, yes, that's a good catch. On the fly. Yes.
And these minutes are in draft form, so we will revise them and clean them up.
All right.
I love those public members.
Staff, could I see the comments on 620? Again,
You mean 520?
520?
Plaza Rubio,
Yeah,
yes.
Plaza Rubio, yeah.
And there were no specific comments, just that the project compatibility analysis findings have generally been met. But it was the application was not deemed complete, so it was not eligible for project design approval. It was only here for a concept review.
And for that one, there was the first ever Santa Barbara skateboard ramp, Spanish Colonial Revival. In the way back, that was not visible, and then the front portion was the new driveway, which is done in a 1920s way with the concrete strips, and the middle being grass. So, and a pole that resembled the same poles that had already been approved before, so it's to match existing.
Does the staff inform the letter writers that were voicing concern about that project? Do you inform the letter writers that we have no land use control?
I have only had direct contact with a couple of the members of the public who were concerned about this project, and I did let them know that the HLC does not have control over land use decisions, and that the project is not touching the historic resource.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. All right. Any other questions or discussion? All right. Can we have a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll proceed with roll call vote. Commissioner Jury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. All right, announcements, requests, on to item D, announcements, requests by applicants for continuances and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
With this?
Vice Chair House, then we'll.
Okay.
Well, yeah, well, then we'll go to staff. Go ahead.
Would this be the appropriate time to request that a discussion of the Doremus pine trees be agendized?
This would be that appropriate time.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
With the urban.
Well, let's go to staff, and then we'll come back, because there might be some other.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff has just one brief announcement that we will be resuming Zoom public comment for full commission hearings at the next HLC hearing, which is December 20th, 2023. So we had a little vacation from Zoom public comment, but it's coming back, and just to the full commission.
And along those lines, because they had it for city council last night, and then it went down, and it made everything stop for 45 minutes. Do they know what it was? Because it was agendized as having public comment or having Zoom. So then when Zoom went down, I think it was on Zoom's end. I think it was a Zoom malfunction, and but it basically everyone had to leave for 45 minutes or wait around 45 minutes, and then because they couldn't continue because it was.
I can't speak
Okay.
to what the issue was, but
Okay.
hopefully we will not have it
Yeah.
at our next hearing.
Yeah, because then even if they have paper plans, we still can't review it. All right. Okay, Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes, regarding the comment to put the stone pines on, for a discussion on the agenda, that whole issue is a maintenance and enforcement issue, not really a design issue. We have no control over enforcement. We can't make Public Works even bring a decent project to us, much less.
Okay, strike that from the record.
Yeah, but I just don't
Pardon
know.
my interruption,
Yes,
Mr. Chair,
we
but
can't have a discussion.
the request will be noted, and we can discuss it further, but let's not get into a discussion about
yeah,
whether or
I
not
agree.
the pine should come to
We
the
don't, we can't
agenda.
discuss whether or not we wanted to discuss.
Exactly. And if we do have this agenda item, it should include the urban forester.
Yes.
Public Works.
So,
In Public Works. And
Ellen-
I would expect we'd all read the 175-page document that was sent
I
to
already
us.
did.
Yeah.
so just so you know, Ellen, Kokinda and I have met with Jill Zachary, head of Parks and Rec, and Nathan Slack, who's the urban forester, and asked them to try and prepare a presentation for you all, because they are essentially responsible for the trees. So we're trying to work with them. I don't know, we'll get to the point where we enforce on Public Works, but we can, that's above my,
Yeah,
Yeah.
gotcha.
but we have been in discussion with them, and we're trying to
Okay.
get it in front of you.
Okay, so and I think we've got it noted in whatever way, or whoever, and however we get it in front of us. There might be multiple Loraxes in this with
Yeah.
some delinquent.
Yes.
Okay,
Mr. Chair?
all right, yep.
So, Mr. Hernandez, so that's the Parks and Recreation and maintenance this is dual responsibility for those trees?
No, Parks and Recreation.
Parks and Recreation.
The urban forester is under Parks and Recreation.
Okay.
And their maintenance staff.
Okay.
So it might, I don't know, it might be something that maybe council needs to direct them, I don't know.
Okay.
Or just have a discussion here of what their intentions are,
Yeah.
not here.
Okay.
Okay, great,
Mr. Chair,
yes. Commissioner Early.
I'd like to make an announcement that I have joined the growing chorus of grandparents on the planet with a newly arrived granddaughter who's 4 days old.
That's
right.
excellent, excellent.
I thought you were telling us you've grown, and I wondered.
Well, he didn't say taller or shorter.
And the name of this granddaughter?
Amelia.
Amelia, oh, wow.
Lovely.
Excellent.
All right, congratulations. That was a
Mr.
great, that
Chair,
was a fun announcement. Okay, Commissioner.
I have to leave at 5:45.
All right,
Hot
well,
dog.
hopefully we'll be done.
You
All right.
wish.
Any other announcements, et cetera? Okay. What's that?
The cookies are threatening.
Oh,
it says.
yes, that's
the
true.
day-old
He
cookies.
jumped the gun. He didn't even earn them. Okay. All right. If there's not any other announcements, we'll go on to subcommittee reports. So, any subcommittee reports from these or others? Signs, designations, State Street Advisory, Plaza de la Guerra, or objective design standards?
State Street Advisory Committee is in a hiatus right now. Our December 11th meeting has been canceled, and our next meeting may be sometime in February, but no one is certain. And I don't know that there are, I'm not sure what's going on, let's put it that way. And, pardon me? Nobody knows. And, well, I think some people know, but they're not telling. And, but it's puzzling, to say the least, but I have nothing other than that to report on.
Okay, thank you. I do want to report on the State Street interim, as a State Street fold in there. So last night, at City Council, I reported very, very minimally, but reported on some of the interim discussions of bike lanes and other things that we've been working. Commissioner Ensberg and McClure have been working with myself and staff on. We meet probably every 2 weeks or so, plus or minus, and have worked with them. So I reported to City Council As well, there was, I just spoke as my own individual self, but just to update you, I should have done it with announcements, but City Council has passed a version of the ordinance with some minor tweaking that, that allows for parklets, or has a parklet now program to make them basically permanent or semi-permanent, movable but permanent,
Permanently movable.
yeah, exactly. They have to be able to move within, I think, 24 hours or something, so they have to be deconstructible. And which also includes, everything is going to be going to either HLC or ABR, with the exception of traffic or transportation devices like K-rails or however they're going to stop cars or manage traffic from a safety perspective, which we will be, the wording is such that we will be allowed to choose from accepted elements, and we can try to have them dressed up as in disguise in some ways, but that is still left unclear. But aside from the transportation elements, everything else will be as a standard design review purview of HLC. And I tried to push for having that be included as well, just like all projects that we see have, or not all, but lots have transportation components and other components of engineering, but it still have to meet aesthetic design as well. But that was not agreed to, so that's where we are with that element. So, any other announcements, or sorry, any other subcommittee reports? All right. So with that, we'll go on to item 1. So this is for a new item for historic structures report for 245 Cooper Road. This is a proposal to demolish an existing residence, garage, and accessory building to construct a new 1,500 square foot residence and 219 square foot detached accessory dwelling unit and attached carport. This is requesting acceptance of a historic structures site report prepared by Sarah Corder, South Environmental. The report concluded that the property is not eligible for designation as a city structure of merit or city landmark, National Register of Historic Places, or the California Register of Historic Resources, and therefore not considered a historic resource under CEQA. And so with that,
Mr. Chair.
welcome. Yes, Commissioner Uli.
Just a matter of disclosure, that's in my neighborhood, but I...
Ruh-roh.
Yeah. It's in my neighborhood, but I am about 400 feet outside of the limit line.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Already started. Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. As many of you know, I'm Sarah Corder from South Environmental, and I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to appear today to discuss this very interesting HSSR. The property in question today is 245 Cooper Road. It is located in the Mason neighborhood on the west side of Cooper Road, just south of Carlton Way. The main house was constructed in the Folk National style in 1907 and was originally located at 130 Castillo Street. In 1932, the main house was moved from Castillo Street to its current location, and since the move, modifications were made to the main house, and a garage and shed were also added to the property. In this slide, you will see the current conditions and alterations made to the main house over time. The first photo shows the primary elevation with a replacement front door and modified porch with a composition shingle roof. The second is the south elevation and shows the enclosed rear porch, the modified chimney, replacement of original windows, and replacement of original roof materials with composition shingles. The third image is the rear of the property and shows a portion of the enclosed porch and the new point of entry that is accessed by a modern deck today. As I mentioned previously, there were 2 outbuildings added to the property following the move of the main house. There was a garage constructed in 1936 and a shed constructed around 1967. Throughout the property's history, the garage has been heavily modified and enlarged, starting in 1986. At this time, the square footage of the garage was significantly increased and the second story was added. Original fenestration was also modified to accommodate its new use as the garage and workshop space for the property. The shed building appears largely unaltered and was added to the property around 1967, as I said previously. This property had a very interesting history, so I wanted to take a moment to walk you all through some of the high points that we uncovered during the course of research. From the building history standpoint, the main house was constructed in 1907 and then moved in 1932. Modifications were made throughout its history. Changes made over time to the main house include fenestration changes, construction of new chimney, reconfiguration of front and rear porches, and replacement doors and windows. There were also the outbuildings that we just saw added to the property, and those have also, the garage has been heavily altered. In addition to the construction and development history, this property also had an interesting ownership and occupancy history, and the most noteworthy owners and occupants were the Fujis, the Woodsides, and the Lovejoys. From a significance standpoint, this property had the potential for significance under city criteria 1, 2, and 3. However, based on the research conducted for this project, none of the historical connections were strong enough to rise to the level of significance required for designation. From the standpoint of criterion 1, the property had the potential to be eligible for its connection to the Fuji family and their internment following Executive Order 9066. While the internment of Japanese and Japanese Americans during the war was a tragic time in American history, there is no physical evidence of the Fuji's family's history with the property remaining today. Further, the Fuji family resided at the property for a very short period of time in its history from 1939 to 1942. And there was no evidence to suggest that they made any significant contributions or connections to the property during that time. From the standpoint of criterion 2, there are few noteworthy owners and occupants of the subject property. The most notable of those being Fuji, Woodside, and Lovejoy. Although these names are recognizable to some in Santa Barbara, their contributions did not rise to the level of significance required for designation. While Fuji was most notable of the previous residents, he worked as a landscape designer. But given the short period of time that he resided at the property and the fact that there was no indication of planned landscape features, this property does not adequately convey Fuji's significance or prominence as a landscape designer. In the case with most designers and architects throughout history, it is also very rare that their place of residence be historically significant, and it's much more common, pause for laughter, it is much more common that the sites and locations that they have designed is where the significance is tied, and for Fuji, that is definitely the case with his most notable work being the Sawyer Stearns Garden in Pasadena. The remaining residents have recognizable names in the history of Santa Barbara. The Woodsides were very involved in the La Mesa Improvement Association, and Robert Lovejoy was known as a local businessman and also owned a restaurant called Pickles and Sandwiches or something along those lines. And the Woodsides and Lovejoy are definitely recognizable, but they were not found to make any significant contributions to the history of the city. And even if there were significant contributions found in the future, the archival research did not indicate that there would be a direct tie to the Cooper Road property. As discussed on the last slide, the integrity of a property is also an important factor in the discussion of historical significance. For this property, it does retain some original materials, as you can see from the photographs, and design elements and some evidence of the workmanship. So it is recognizable to its original folk national style of architecture. However, it has lacking critical components of integrity like location, setting, and feeling, which are all hindering its ability to read as a 1909 residence. Therefore, it does not have the requisite integrity for designation. To summarize, the Cooper Road property has lots of interesting stories associated, but none of these were enough to bring it to the level required for individual designation as a city structure of merit or landmark. That's all I have for today.
All right.
Question?
Thank you. All right, well, let's open it to public comment, and then we'll come back for questions. To the room, anyone in the room wishing to make public comment on this item? All right, not seeing any. And we don't have Zoom yet?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you,
Yeah.
Chair Grunbein. We don't have Zoom, and we didn't receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll turn it back to you.
All right, so back to the commission for questions. Any questions about the report? Or of the report writer? Yes, Commissioner.
I have question. First of all, thanks for a very clear presentation. My question, and I'm wondering if you can even comment on this, but it has to do with available histories of the Japanese community in Santa Barbara, particularly as they were affected by Executive Order 9066. We recently had a Black and African American historical context statement, which gives us a statement about that community. Is there anything similar for the Japanese community in Santa Barbara?
From the research that we conducted for this project, it was in pieces. It was not comprehensive like the African American historic context is. So I believe that it would be an undertaking to develop something like that. But I would like to hope that some of the research that we did for this report could be incorporated into that and be a good jumping off point for it.
That's consistent with my impression that it's a piecemeal history of that community right now.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? All right, everyone good with the report? So I'll look for a motion.
Comment?
Oh, comment, sorry, yeah.
So the timeline is pretty indicative of this man being forcibly removed from his house and he never got it back. Because in 1944, what I read is it was sold to someone else.
Yes.
That's a piece of history. I'm not suggesting that clouds your report at all, but it's just a little jab. Thank you.
And he did return to Santa Barbara, which was somewhat unique for him, that he was brave enough to return to Santa Barbara after everything that happened, where many of the Japanese that were interned tended to go towards the Midwest, or they stayed in the states in which they were interned. So I thought that was quite a success story for him to be able to go through that and come back to Santa Barbara. And
All right, any other comments? All right, look for a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the report as submitted.
Second.
All right, motion by Vice Chair House. I heard Commissioner Uli second it first. So, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, can I have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll proceed with roll call vote. Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Linvik?
Yes.
Commissioner Uli?
Yes.
Commissioner McClure?
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan?
Yes.
Commissioner Jury?
Yes.
Commissioner Insberg?
Yes.
Vice Chair House?
Yes.
Chair Grumbine?
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Thank
for a
you
good
so much.
report
Thank you,
and
Sarah.
Good presentation. All right, on to item 2. This is a continued item for concept review. This is 320 West Carrillo Street. This is located in EPV and designated a structure of merit. The Bates House was constructed in 1904 in the Queen Anne Free Classic style. Proposal to demolish the existing 3,000 square foot commercial building and 576 square foot garage, rehabilitate and relocate the existing 2,400 square foot historic 2-unit residence in the front of the site, and construct a new 35 unit 4-story, 34,000 square foot residential building. The project is proposed under the city's average unit size density program and the state density bonus law. No final appealable action will take place at this meeting. Project compatibility findings and major alteration findings will be required for project design approval. Project was last reviewed on July 12th, 2023. All right, welcome. If you could state your names for the record, and then we'll go to staff, and we'll then go to the minutes as well from last time.
Brian Cornell.
Oh, sorry. There we go. Okay.
Courtney Miller, landscape architect.
All right. To staff.
Sure. Kathy Kennedy, project planner on this project. I wanted to make a couple of comments. So this project went to the Planning Commission for review back in September. And what we'd like you to do today is to obviously review the revised plans, but also determine whether story poles are required or not. And then determine whether they're heading in the right direction for the project compatibility findings. And then also, I did leave on your desk in front of you the Planning Commission minutes, and I apologize for not giving them to you sooner because there are a number of them, but I would like to give you a summary. So they reviewed it, had extensive comments. They were pretty much all in support of the project and a lot of the elements. So I'll just note a couple of those. They were in support of the moderate height increase. They were in support of the setback of the stairs being in the front setback along Carrillo Street, potentially, if that's the way it's going to be proposed. They were in support of the open yard regulation, having a relief of that, part of their state density bonus concession. They did not think that story poles were necessary, given the video that was shown, and I believe that's going to be shown today too here. The project is consistent with the general plan. It fulfills the city's desire for more housing. So those are the overall positive comments. They did have a couple of suggestions. One was eliminating some of the landscaping in the back parking lot area to allow for more maneuverability of parking. Another was suggesting the tower element be taller. And the third was to consider more landscaping along the front by the steps and the frontage zone. So in general, though, very positive comments on this project. And they specifically asked that these comments be forwarded to you.
Okay. Thank you. There's 2 corrections. One is it's Brain Cornell now.
Thank you. Brain or brain dead.
And the other one we'll get to later when we comment on purview and a planning commission telling the aesthetic review body that the tower should be taller.
Yeah.
We'll get back to that.
All right.
It was Sheila, believe it or not.
Wow, that is it. Okay. All right, is that from staff? Is that finished? Okay, great. All right, so to you all, you have 15 minutes. You don't have to cover the whole thing. We'll do the minutes.
Pardon my
Yeah.
interruption, Mr. Chair. Yeah, did you want to start with the minutes?
Yeah, let's start with the
before
minutes from
presentation?
last time. And per usual, if you could also go through the minutes and tell us how you answered each one of those, and as well show us anything new from last time. So, all right, so the motion was to continue to the Planning Commission with the following comments. 1, the commission appreciates the design and finds it supportable. 2, in general, the commission supports the height and the massing will continue to be discussed, or supports the height and the massing will continue to be discussed. 3, continue to refine the tower element and restudy the top dome with potentially changing the dome to a hip roof or other element. 4, restudy the window color on the storefront. 5, restudy window treatments and consider adding awnings or other details that will enliven them. 6, restudy the rectangular openings in the front elevation of the bike room to make them softer. The openings as proposed are too harsh. 7, integrate decorative light fixtures around the balcony doors. 8, restudy the 3-story mass adjacent to the historic structure facing Carrillo Street and study introducing tile or other elements to reduce the visual impact of the overall mass. 9, study the roof on the bike room. 10, the commission concurs with the conclusion of the architectural historian's memo that the project meets the Secretary of Interior standards. 11, the applicant shall come back with 3D renderings and/or models for the commission to consider when determining the need for story poles. The motion was by Commissioner Uli, second was by Butler, 900, the motion carried. All right, so.
So the main thing that we have done here is to create this video for you all to look at relative to the story pole decision. You'll note that we've actually added some awnings along this western side. So let's just go ahead and start that, and I can play a little music along.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the soundtrack.
Up that bicycle.
Yeah, see-through bicyclist.
I think this does show how nice it is that the historic duplex has moved forward.
Mm-hmm.
We also are returning that to be a duplex. It was actually split, the downstairs was split into 2 units, and we're going to restore it back to just being a duplex rather than a triplex. We did not yet change the color of the storefront windows, but obviously we have lots of opportunity to continue to look at that. It's our El Carrillo project across the street. And you can't really see the tower here because of Courtney's trees, but we had to modify that a little bit. Would you like to see it again, or?
Sure.
Yeah.
Because obviously, the real reason for this is to decide if we want
Yeah.
story poles.
Is the rendering program Lumion?
Yes, this is Lumion. We talked about the mansard roof before, and I do think that mansard on the fourth floor is an important piece of this when you look at it from these perspectives.
Mhm. All right.
Okay. We can look at the why don't we just go to the elevations, because the site plan really hasn't changed real quick.
Why does he get a paper copy?
I made it.
Oh.
I made it. So we did modify the tower. It still will require refinement, but we raised it up, and yeah, it was interesting that this was Sheila's comment at the Planning Commission. But I do think it's better with a tile roof as opposed to the dome which we had previously. You can see the awnings that we added in front. Going through the list, I will tell you that we really did not yet address the storefront color on the bike storage. We think that just the simple rectangular openings are best for this storefront, and just end up with a nice tile detail and a nice head condition. So that, again, will be in the detailing. We also have not yet really integrated the decorative light fixtures, which I think was a good comment, because we will have to technically have little lights at each one of those Juliet balconies. I wasn't really sure about the comment about the three-story mass adjacent to the historic structure. I like that it doesn't have a tile parapet around it. You note that we have a little tile edge, or a little tile parapet around that bike storage. And want to keep that flat. That's kind of really comment number 9. So I think the most important thing for us today is the story pole question. You want to go to the other elevations, the side elevations. You can see where we've added the awnings along that western side.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
It might be helpful if on the old plans tab, you show the
Yeah.
corresponding elevations, so we can kind of compare the change.
Good comment. I will be sure to do that.
I mean, we can do that right now. I got the tab on there that says
Oh,
old plans.
we do have
can
the old
flip it
ones.
back.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then go to the new plans tab. Yeah.
And I think the other thing is the color is going to be important on the windows.
Mm-hmm.
As we've shown, and you can kind of see the tower move back to the old tower. Maybe go to the front elevation to show that. Or no, back to the tab, to the old plans. Yeah. So you can just see the little dome peeking out, but that's what
Yeah.
it was previously. Okay, go back to the new. And then I think, go back to the side elevations. We don't have a lot of, we always do try to get good ceiling heights in these units. We basically have just 10 foot 3 inches floor to floor. So that's probably, if we're lucky, that'll give us 9 feet, but it's by no means excessive. We've tried to keep the height of this down. And then let's go to Courtney's plan.
Her architecture blocking trees.
Yeah. It is interesting. I will note, the Planning Commission made a comment about the planting or the parking. I will tell you, and we've still got to work this out, transportation staff would prefer that we have no parking back here and just have space for loading and unloading. I don't really agree with that, because I think the, move-in, move-outs and FedEx or whatever are going to be occasional, and it would be a shame not to have that for short-term visitor parking. But that's just kind of an FYI, and we'll continue to work with them on that issue. And I don't even know if you didn't have a tree in those planters at the alley, did you? I think
We
you
do
got-
have some palms in the back, and what's up with this mouse today?
Through the chair to the applicant, if you hit the Z key, that will enable the marquee zoom. There's also the marquee zoom icon at the top of the Adobe Reader.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you because Brian was distracting me.
If you hit the Z key, that will enable marquee zoom. There's also all of the tools at the top of the screen that will enable you to switch from marquee zoom, hand, zoom in, zoom out,
Thank
page up,
you.
page down.
It was just on the spinning wheel thingy, so. So we do have some palms along the side
But
here.
along the sides, yeah.
Yeah, not in the back. And then there was a comment relative to screening in the back, which is this, standard parking lot requirement. And, aside from that, we didn't have very many changes since the last time we were here. We did make some modifications to the frontage to comply with the pedestrian master plan. So you can see those dimensions here. We have a 4-foot parkway, 8-foot sidewalk, and then 2.5-foot frontage zone. We still have our lovely, Victorian-inspired garden and landscaping in the front. And then we'll be transitioning to a more Mediterranean plant palette as you go deeper into the project. The palms in the rendering aren't quite, accurate.
It's because I was trying to hide the tower.
He was trying to hide his tower. They looked more like Washingtonias, which we probably wouldn't do here. We'd need to pick something that's a little more shade tolerant and won't get quite so tall. So I think you will really see the tower. This thing has a mind of its own today.
I think if you press and hold the space bar, then you can pan around.
Yeah, it just keeps hanging up on the
Drive instead of Courtney.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you, that's helpful too. Otherwise, we have, we're lucky we have space around the sides to have some vertical trees here, so, something like a Laurus or a Tristania in between the units, so they can have some privacy between, and we can, relieve the building mass on either side. And then we have this larger sycamore tree behind the Victorian, which will be lovely.
I do also want to mention that, of course, the existing building is right on that property. If you'll scroll back real quick. Sorry,
Scroll
I didn't
back
mean-
to your plan.
No, just to the plan, just to your plan. So the existing building is right on that dashed property line today. So the sidewalk's really narrow here with no parkway, so this is a significant improvement to that Carrillo frontage.
Yep. And I can go through the tree, removals and protection if you're curious. Other elements, we have a tiled fountain in the center court, and I think that concludes my part of the presentation.
All right, this might be a record for you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, if that concludes your presentation, we'll go to public comment. Anyone in the room wishing to make public or comment on this item?
I do have one speaker slip for Richard Clausen. If you want to make your way up to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you again, Commissioners. I hadn't planned to speak, but I am, again, reminded this is a story pole sensitive item and project. And I must say, as loud as I can, this is a project that cries out for story poles under the second dimension that the city council specified about alerting the public about the impending size of a planned building. And the fact that you can see on the screen a slick video from the applicant has no bearing on what the public, not only the public that live in the neighborhood, but more often, the public members that drive on that main thoroughfare will see. I don't believe this project at its height with an additional taller tower recommended by a planning commissioner, who I might add is Commissioner Lodge, not Sheila. And and in your own comments at the last time you reviewed this, you said, and I just wrote down, take some measures to reduce the visual impact of the overall mass. If the commission believes that the overall mass, the visual impact of it, needs to be reduced somehow, how can you then say that there should be no story poles? There must be physical story poles on this project. The council's wishes in specifying what qualify for story poles is not being met by this project without them. Finally, I would ask that your landscape architect commissioner comment on the long-term effect of the use of palms versus deciduous shade trees in an urban environment. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
At this time, I haven't received any further speaker slips, and we also did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll turn it back over to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. All right, to the commission for questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yeah, how big do you, there's Courtney. How big do you plan the sycamore to be when you plant it?
I'm not sure if we have a size on the, no, we don't yet. Guess that depends on the budget, but
I guess,
I'd like
I
a
would
nice
say this
big
as big as
36
possible. to
or
get it-
something like that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
thank you.
All right. Questions?
I have a question, not having the plan in front of me. Is that courtyard gated from the street in the back? Controlled?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, other questions?
I have a question.
Commissioner McClure?
Yeah, in the back, you know, to the speaker's point, is there a reason why those are palms around the parking area, or is there, because generally in a parking lot, we have canopy trees?
I'm going to just,
Well, he gave you a picture.
I'm
of the-
usually
actually,
great
that's a-
at
That's a good thing.
doing this,
Courtney, to see that photo of the alley. before
yes,
you
it's
answer.
quite narrow, but I would say that's the main driver, is there's not a lot of space there.
Next one down, actually.
Let me just do this.
And through the chair to the applicant as well, the screen is a touch screen on the laptop as well if you're really having trouble with the mouse today.
Thank you.
I don't see any reason that they couldn't be canopy trees.
Well, again, we don't have a lot of space there in the planters, so typically for a canopy, we'd want at least 4 feet. And we're behind, you know, the car will pull in, the wheel stop aligns with the edge of paving there, so we're already going to have car overhang in that space. I'd be happy to evaluate that, though, and see if there's a way we can get more canopy trees there. That is typically the norm.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm wondering if a sycamore tree is appropriate in that area, as opposed to a olive tree or, you know, any, I mean, it's not a riparian location, which a sycamore would expect, or you would expect for a sycamore. It's a question.
That's a question. I love a sycamore. They're skyline trees, so that's significant, especially where we have taller buildings. You know, it's pretty rare that we use deciduous trees here, so that's another reason why I like them. And I think, you know, it's a native species, so that's another reason, but I think they grow quickly, and in order to address the relationship between the Victorian and the apartments behind, it would be a good fit.
Right, okay. Other questions? One question I had was regarding the massing. Our comment, can we pull up the minutes from? So there was one comment where it was restudy the three-story mass adjacent to the historic structure facing Carrillo Street and study introducing tile or other elements to reduce the visual impact of the overall mass. And then, was there any other massing comment?
Well, the second one.
Yeah, general mass versus height, the massing will continue to be discussed. Did you make any massing changes?
No.
Okay, except for the taller
Yeah,
tower.
since we came here, we went to Planning Commission, and they were, you heard what Kathy reported on that, you know, they appreciated it and didn't have a problem, and they did not feel there was a need for story poles as well. We did show them a version of this video with the old tower, so they were able to see the video.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes, question. Thank you, Chair Grumbine. About the massing also, I keep struggling with the, I realize the height, ceiling height, you said 9 feet was what you were trying to shoot for. And I realize you're trying to get other systems, structural and mechanical and things like that. Is there, I guess I'm not sure why 9 feet is considered to be so important. Is it possible that it could come down a little bit and be closer to maybe 8.6 or something like that to bring the whole height down a little bit?
Well, I mean, it's certainly possible, but I would really question, is anybody ever going to notice, a foot and a half, 18 inches of height in this building? But in those units that are very tiny, that ceiling makes a world of difference. So I would err on making the units good, livable units, and have the building be 13 inches taller or whatever it ends up being to save those inches. That's my feeling. It is, bottom line, it's 4 stories, and we really tried to not be too aggressive in that floor-to-floor height, but still make the ceilings in these units feel good. I mean, you walk into a small little unit with an 8-foot ceiling, it's a big difference between a small unit with a 9-foot ceiling. And we may not even make 9 feet with this, because I've only got 13 inches, to go, so.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question about parking, and I think it's a legitimate question because parking is part of site planning. And my question is that I see that there are comments, and there have been comments at several planning commission meetings, where there seems to be this feeling that by the elimination of parking, it would have an impact on the rental cost per unit. In your opinion, are you telling us that the reduction or elimination of parking will actually significantly reduce the rents? Or is this not an issue in calculating the rents?
Oh, I think it's absolutely an issue, and I think this, our client on this is the same person that we did the building where Radius is on De La Guerra, and that had very expensive parking, and he absolutely has to pass that cost on, and he believes that, this is not a high rent district by any means, and that he will be able to keep the rents lower by not providing parking. And just as a reminder, we're doing this because of the state law, AB 2097.
Thanks.
All right. Other questions?
Yes,
Commissioner
Mr.
McClure, then Commissioner Drury.
I have one more question. Could you zoom in on the landscape plan to the street frontage? And I have a question about the parkway trees. It looks like two in front of the Victorian are existing, and then there's maybe a proposed palm, and it looks like there's a gap. Where, what's your thinking on that?
Yes, thank you for that question. There are two existing palms, and now it's working. And there is a gap, and I'm actually not sure why that is, so.
And that's the street tree?
There's two existing palms on the left here, and then one proposed to the right.
Seems like, oh, yeah. Okay, thank you.
So, and I think it's early stages, so we haven't coordinated with Nathan and the folks at Parks and Rec. So we'll have to go through that process to get that approved.
All right. Other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is sort of going back in history. So the first iteration was proposed in July, is that correct? Yeah, I'm concerned, I don't mean for you to fall under my concern, but these projects have been proposed and some are on their way that seem to me to be really massive in terms of sense of scale for neighborhoods. I take Mr. Clausen's comments to heart because that is a gateway street coming off the freeway. If the findings have been made that neighborhood compatibility has been achieved, and we're also dealing with the state density bonus law, which I think gives more purview to the state than it does to us. So I'm concerned about the proliferation of pretty massive structures, and it really, I think it's a cumulative effect in Santa Barbara. And it chips away at the concept of the air and space in Santa Barbara, especially with the mountains and the ocean behind us, bit by bit. And it's a concern to me. And I do think, I'll just make a point. Are we making comments or?
No, it's questions.
Oh, God.
I was waiting for where you to turn it in, where you
Yeah,
flip it into a question.
Right? There we go.
All right, well.
Be the first commenter.
Yeah.
I was starting to roll on a little bit.
Yeah. So if there's not any other questions, we'll just make sure of that. Any other questions before we roll into comments? All right. Now you can turn your question into a comment.
Okay, so I drive on Gutierrez every morning, go look at the surf and generally chill out. And that project in the first block of East Gutierrez, did any of us think there was going to be that big, massive wall between us and the mountains? Because it certainly didn't seem like that when we were talking about it, and there were no story poles, is my recollection. And I'm worried cumulatively about these projects that are adhere to state law, and the new state laws increasing housing stock. But I think that the problem is that it is biting into the very fabric of Santa Barbara itself visually, and it's becoming. There was a sort of a lull in the AUD program. Now it's coming back to us. I think 3 or 4 of these items on our agenda today are AUD programs. And I think that, I don't know, there's no way to fight it because it's state law, state mandate. But I'm really worried about what Santa Barbara is going to look like in 10 years when I'm going to be 90 or something. And it's a problem for me. I don't generally support story polls because I don't think they really give an impression, a proper impression. But I think in this case, I think story polls are warranted. Anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may follow.
Yes, yep.
I very strongly support my commissioner's comments. We have a large project going in virtually directly across the street and further down the street that are very large scale. And this is a 4-story configuration. It's very large. Appreciate that it's housing. We want more of that. The one concern I would encourage you to look at was item 8 about the 3rd floor, facing Carrillo, the 3rd story front that seems pretty flat and could use some more decorative poetry. And I would.
Sorry, let's go to that.
Yeah, that right there, that third floor on the right, the frontage to that. I know you were talking about lighting, some other elements that should be added to the building. That's pretty much a very intense blank wall, except for the very small windows, et cetera. So I would encourage you to take a look at some sort of warming that up, or you've got tile on the lower level, but not that. Anyway, so that area is a little concerning. And I too would advocate for story poles, given the location, given the size of the building, given the height of the building, and public awareness. I just feel that, and maybe it's some variation of story poles, you don't have to do the full, but I think it's going to be really important that the public be able to see what's going on and recognize what's there. So those are my comments.
All right. Other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair
I'll
House.
weigh in on story poles. I definitely was in favor of story poles on the Gutierrez project and turned out to be in the minority. I think this is a different circumstance in that it's a main entry to the city and it's a wide boulevard. So I'm less concerned about needing them, and I think that the ordinance needs to be reconsidered because I think that there are visual techniques that weren't available when that ordinance was written, and I think they can suffice. We're the reviewers, we're making the decision. You know, I have a pretty good feeling about how this building is going to occupy that context. So I'm okay with no story poles. If the consensus is there should be story poles, I would certainly support a solution where there's maybe 4 in front, indicating the 2 corners of each of the 2 buildings, not necessary to do the entire building. I agree. Just gives an idea of the placement and the height of something that's coming, and people can look into it further from there, and they can go to a website and they can see the videos. So that's my feeling about the story poles. As far as the building, I think you said it was a rational design the first time you presented it. And, you know, just like the building across the street, I mean, it's straightforward. I have no problem with that. I think that, you know, continue to give it some charm, as has been suggested. That left 4-story element kind of bothers me. I don't know why there aren't any windows in, I don't know what's on the floor plan, but the far left part of that, what is that in the floor plans?
Yeah, that, we could definitely add windows.
Okay. I think that would animate it some more. So those are my comments.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Jordan.
I want to add my voice to Commissioner Howell's on the issue of story poles. I think this comes down to a case-by-case decision. But one of the things two things that make me think are willing to go without story poles. The Planning Commission, number of people said they were satisfied with the video, the animation. I am too, and I'm thinking very much about the public reaction to when the City Council said we're going to stop Zoom or Zoom. People wanted that. The public is increasingly able to work online, to see things online, and want that kind of access. And I would, in lieu of story poles, I would be curious about in what ways can this be made available. But if that's possible, I think that satisfies a increasingly sophisticated public's use of online resources. And I also think given the width of the street, given the scale of other buildings nearby, this is not the story poles won't tell us the same things that they tell us when there are adjacent, also 2, 3, 4-story properties. That said, I also share the concern about the increasing densification of the city. But in this particular case, I don't think story poles would help us on that point.
Okay, Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for your work on this project. It's really important for our housing. I agree with Commissioner Commissioners Drury and Butler, I strongly think that we need to have story polls. I think they can be simple, as was mentioned by Commissioner House, but I think that how you see it, even in a video, and how you see it in reality is quite different. And I think they can be simple, but these buildings are big. And we're trying to find the balance in our town to be sure that what we, how we're moving and changing and moving into the future, and how these buildings will work with the, our historical town versus the town we're moving into being. So I think we should have story polls for the public. I also think that every inch matters, and that 18 inches is not inconsequential. And I certainly live in a house that has 8-foot ceilings, and small rooms sometimes with higher ceilings can feel an odd proportion. So I don't think that, I think you could bring it down, and I would urge you to consider that and just try to ooch it down a bit, if that were possible. And then finally, of course, I think more color could help. The awnings, I think you have a sort of this sagey green color, if I'm looking at this correctly. I think something more punchy and more playful, it just feels a little bit, and I know we're still early in the process, but it feels a little bit bland to me. So if it can have a little bit more energy in the color, I think that could really help a lot. And those, I believe, are all my comments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Ensberg. Who else wants to weigh in? Well, considering they're asking about the story poll question specifically, I do think that we should at least all weigh in on that, and then additional pieces that we might want to add. But I think that is our biggest question of the day. There's other stuff too, but so whoever hasn't weighed in. Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
I've never liked story polls. I think they're a waste of money, a waste of time. They've never helped me do anything. But if they are an aid to help the layperson understand that there's something coming, then I think they serve a purpose. And so I can go either way. I'm indifferent about it.
Okay.
I share Commissioner Uli's comments. I also could go either way. It's tough being the first big building on the block and fitting in. And I think story polls will probably raise a concern among some people. They're going to slow down, they're going to look, they're going to wonder, and comment that you can't see the mountains and so on and so forth. I don't know what the ultimate outcome would be, because you have, on the other hand, a lot of people and the council demanding we provide more housing. And so if story polls scare people, and the applicant says, well, to get this approved, I got to cut back, 2 or 4 units or whatever on the front of the building, on the street frontage, that's 4 less units. And I don't know, I think if it was appealed to the city council, the council probably would, you can't guess, but they're concerned about housing as well. So, I can go either way, but I'm inclined to say that the first building on the block has to probably pay that price of story polls. If you had another building, a couple lots down or whatever that was similar in scale, story polls aren't going to maybe tell you a lot. But when you're the first one on the block, it's a problem.
You do have one at the Creo parking lot.
Right, yeah, the commuter lot.
All right.
Not there yet.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner McClure, did you want to?
You haven't weighed in.
Yeah, okay, so I haven't weighed in. I think I'm in alignment more with Commissioner Lenvick's comment of, it is, there are certain things about this in particular of its real strong closeness to neighbors as well, that if there was more, and you're doing a great job with the design, but if there was more setback and there was less of a implication of what this building is going to be to all the adjacent neighbors, and with four strong stories, there is a certain amount that the minor purpose of story poles, which is to let the public know that this is coming, whether or not that anyone can stop it, because the state, state mandated and everything else, they may not be able to stop it, but at least that they'll know this is what's coming and at least raise their attention to it, is because of the proximity and how much it's right in the middle and close to all those neighbors as well. I think it is, there is a slightly stronger argument for it, and because it's the first one on the block as well, to actually do some story poles. I also agree, I'm pretty comfortable with it, but I do think that the secondary purpose of the story poles, and in this particular case as well, where it's located and what else is on the block, is a good enough cause for, to at least do a certain amount of story poles. A minimal, but enough for people to understand what the eave height is for the building, or at least for a portion of the building that is the most potentially affecting. So,
Mr. Chair, can I comment?
May I add one?
Well,
comment?
hold on. Oh yeah. So wait, you've already spoken. So no, we're in comments. We'll come to you before we vote for sure. Go ahead.
No, I just want to
Mr.
add
Miller.
that the good news is this is housing. So if people go by and see the story poles and they go, what the heck is this? Just say it's housing. That should pretty well take care of it. That's my opinion, but I think it leads us to actually an opportunity to tell a good story because there's such a desire and need. That's sort of the positive aspect to having some transparent expression of what this new structure could be, could fit, and that this is housing in Santa Barbara, and that's terrific.
I also wanted to sort of side comment. I agree with you, but I also want to add a side comment to what Commissioner Jordan said, which I thought might be interesting. It's what if, and I don't know if this would be. I don't think that this is necessarily good enough to be in lieu of, but maybe one day it will be, or maybe we'll be able to be sophisticated enough to do it. But if I could see like on site, the 8-foot tall fence that has a giant poster of what's coming, and one of the little hover your phone click things, and you can watch the video and see it real time, and it's very big and obvious, and can get people to be aware of it in a very public way. I don't know right now that would work, or that people would understand that that's how they can understand what's going on. But if there was a less cost spending way of getting the public aware of what's coming so that they can understand it, that I would be all in favor of that. As of right now, I don't see that that opportunity, but maybe something can start to get developed out of it so that this process going forward is not, we're not running into this all the time. But I do also think that once a big building's on the block and you're building next to it, I think Carrillo is a great example, or Chapala, sorry, is a great example where at first everyone was, freaking out about it, but now it's like, well, it's just it's a smaller building than Chapala 1, or it's it's right across the street and that. So, yeah. So I think that there will be less of this going as it goes forward, but this is unfortunately the first one on the block. So I'd lean towards a yes on it. That being said, it seems like we have a couple yeses, we have a couple nos, and we have a couple of maybes.
And Mr. Chair, may I just interject? Commissioner House's idea of just the most minimal story pole, just to sort of delineate, especially the street frontage of that edifice. I don't think we need to go whole hog. Anyway, thank you.
Well,
Mr. Chair, could we hear from the architect?
Oh, yeah,
first?
sorry, go right ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, I've been around a long time and saw the advent of story poles, and originally story poles came around because we wanted to see what the view blockage was, or from a neighbor or whatever. It was never intended as a noticing tool, and despite what Mr. Clausen said, the idea that we put up poles to notify the neighborhood of a project is ludicrous. In the case of the police station, we put up big banners with the drawings of the building, and in fact, with that, it was decided that story poles weren't necessary. They don't tell you anything. They're a pole in the air that doesn't give any sense of what a piece of architecture looks like. So it's just a terrible waste of time, and this is a case where we spent money, the client's money, to do a video to be able to demonstrate that it was unnecessary. The Planning Commission agreed it was unnecessary, and now we're talking about putting up poles so that people know a project is coming. I think your idea is far superior. The videos are available to people. We can make it available, but I just, it doesn't express architecture, and it's disappointing to me that we as architects would think that story poles somehow serve a purpose other than to just piss off an immediate adjacent neighbor. And as was said, so what are you going to do then? Well, going to piss off a lot of people, and so what?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Thanance.
Sure.
Going
Sorry.
back to the commission now.
I'm going to.
I feel strongly about it.
That's good. I told you that.
Mr. Cannell's passionate statement has reached me to my heart. And I will withdraw my support of story poles, and I think Commissioner Grumbine and Commissioner Dorden's ideas of having that video available to the public with a fairly large.
Be happy to do a big sign.
I think that would suffice for me. Thank you. I'm just
okay,
being wishy-washy.
Commissioner
I feel
Ensberg?
like being wishy-washy.
Commissioner
I think
Ensberg?
Commissioner.
Was Commissioner Lenvick up?
In front of me.
All right, Commissioner Lenvick.
Well, my comment regarding putting up a story pole at each corner means nothing. You've got to at least get a line strung between the story poles at the top so that you can get a sense of what your view blockage may or may not be, so on and so forth. So that's my only comment.
Gotcha. All right, Commissioner
Yes, Chair
Ensberg.
Grumbine. Yeah, I guess I just have a difference of opinion. I recollect the project that we recently reviewed. It's part of a tool. And if you have a project that is very, very complicated, and then you have thousands of lines all over the place, you can't tell what is going on. I'm not suggesting that is the way we would want to do it. I think that's more confusing. But to get the basic idea of the volume of it, I think it's very helpful. And I think that the project that we recently reviewed at the old VW dealership, they put up story poles, and it was extremely helpful to see how that related. They were very simple. I think they just did like the three corners or something, and it really helped to understand how it worked, with the parking lot across the way of the El Pueblo, or of the, the parking lot. Yeah. So we're not suggesting that, thousands and thousands of dollars be spent to show every single piece of this, and I certainly don't think the tower needs to be shown, but I think the general volume should be shown, and that it is a tool, along with all these other things that we're talking about, that help people to understand what is happening there. So just with all the respect in the world, I just think that it is important to help people understand. Not everybody has the tools to be able to do the, tie into some video or whatever. So it just is really helpful, and I appreciate Mr. Clausen's comments, and I think that it would help the public. And ultimately, that's
All right.
important.
Any other, it'll probably maybe 10.
$10,000
yeah.
at least.
My last very quick comments. I asked myself the question, what story do story poles tell? They don't tell you that it's a housing program. And I'm not convinced that the diaphanous character of story pole outlines really convey to people the impact on views, particularly when somebody's driving quickly past. So I'm just not convinced the story poles advance an understanding of some of the issues involved in this.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair House. And then we're going to wrap up very soon here, and
Yeah,
we're going to do
okay.
a vote.
I am totally in favor of having some kind of visual depiction at the front of the project site, giving people information. It needs to be early, like when story poles would go up, not after all the approvals are done and to let people know about it. But it's also a little bit of a concern that this is Carrillo Boulevard and there are very few pedestrians walking by this. So they're going to see that depiction in the front of this building, and they'd have to go stop and park somewhere and walk back to see what it was. But it could have a QR code on it that would take them to the video of the thing. So, I mean, that's a useful thing, but it's a challenge because of the fact that this is a high-traffic street and low pedestrian.
I can face it to the gas station.
With neon around it, yeah,
That's
face it
true,
to the gas
actually.
station.
Lots of
Or
people
both.
use that gas station.
Yeah.
Okay, so any other comments? I think we'll do this is not for an appealable action or any particular action yet. So let's get a straw vote as to who is in favor of story poles and who is not in favor of story poles and okay with what has been given. So why don't we just go down the line, or wait, for straw votes, we
You
just
always
show
start
of
with me,
hands.
right?
Well, left hand, yeah, I always start left. Let's just do show of hands.
Is the question,
Straw
who's
vote.
in favor of story poles?
Who's in favor of
That should be
requiring story polls? And now, I want to clarify a couple of things, because I think it's important that we're clear in how we judge this versus all the other things too, all other projects. So the assumption, unless it's given, unless otherwise okay, the default is story polls, right?
right.
So it is, in terms of, we can make exceptions for not story polls. When a applicant, or we think, or the applicant wants to try to do a video or some other 3D modeling so that they don't have to do story polls, that is an option. Now, that's a gamble, right? So sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't. But it is a gamble they have to do. It also helps us just actually judge the architecture, and it actually, I think it streamlines the review process and speeds it up because we can react a lot better than over time. Now, that being said, those are sort of the rules of it. And then the other aspect is, it is, as stated, I believe, one of the purposes of story polls is to alert the public, as we have stated it. It may not have been originally, and it may have been for other reasons, but it is one of the stated reasons, even if it's a minor reason. So I just want, for all of our clarity as we're looking at these projects, that we're looking at it in the same lens. Okay, now, all that being said, let's do a straw vote. All those who would like to require story polls for this project, we can talk about what the minimal is after, but just, and I think everyone's leaning towards a lean version of story polls, but everyone who would want to require it, please raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so those who would not want to require it? 3. Okay, so we have 6-3 in favor of it, and then is everyone in general agreeing that this should be fairly minimal, like as minimal as is reasonable to be able to actually see the size? So I could see 2 versions of minimal with it, and actually, could you go to floor plan, which would be
Christmas lights mandatory?
if they're up between, yeah,
not
the
blinking.
20th and the 1st. Okay, so I just wanted to see alignment and so let's see. Yeah, the upper level floors actually would probably be helpful. Yeah, so it seems like we could the absolute minimal would be the yeah, if you can hover over the left-hand side. Yeah, right? Yeah, that wall, and then turning the corner that way. In my mind, that at least is the minimal. That's, there's one, the next version would be that plus the front portion that is the 4-story portion, yeah. That seems to be the most visually impactful. It's the most views of the mountain, and it's the sort of the biggest and tallest mass. Is that everyone agreeing? So So okay, so I guess the question is it an L shape or is it a Z shape in terms of our, or not Z, but whatever that is? 1, 2, 3, 4. So is it 2 sides or 4 sides? Is the question, or sorry.
You have to depict the volume.
5 poles.
3, 4, 5. 5 poles.
For the one on Chapala, we only had them do the corner, right? We had them do basically 2 sides, maybe a.
Yeah, I think there are 3 poles.
Yeah. So what I'm wondering is what is are people comfortable with this as a minimal?
0.
Okay, so you're obviously leaning towards the 2 sides instead of going 1, 2, 3, 4.
I think that's a good suggestion.
Okay, so who's in favor of 2 sides?
Chair Grumby.
Yes.
How about the upper left, 1, 2, 3, and then the 2 front on the other structure?
1,
So
2.
there would be 5.
So that would
There'd
be
be 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 poles and 3 sides. Right? 5 poles that make
Yeah.
3 sides.
Right.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Could we
Hover over it.
Could you show here what he
Yeah,
was
so-
saying? So we're talking 1,
Yep.
2,
Just
and
hit
then
it with a
turning the
highlighter.
corner,
And 3.
3 to that stairway, which steps down, by the way.
Yeah, I would almost say just to the corner, make a 90-degree angle and ignore the stair because the stair does drop.
So just to the
There.
stair corner,
Yep.
this corner, is
Yep.
that right?
Correct.
Yep. Those
Okay,
3, and then the other ones would just be the front of the long, yep,
and then the other 2 would be
There.
there.
and
There.
there.
Correct.
Which that is on top of the roof of the existing building, so
Right.
it'll be challenging. And again, that makes these poles really expensive, but
Okay, so those are our options, just doing the 3 poles or doing the 5 poles,
5.
right? So how's everyone feeling? 5 or
0.
3? Okay. Commissioner Lenvik,
Yeah, I'm fine with 5.
5. You gotta pick something. He picked 0.
0.
0, okay. 5, okay. 0. Okay, so, and I would be okay with 3, but look, the 5s have it. So, so with those corners, so the west side of it, and then the 2 south,
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll have to give Kathy a story pole plan.
yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's the answers to the story poll thing. We'll try to move along here.
Could I just ask, how are we going to manage this? Because we're going to put them up and we'll have to have them up for a certain period of time. Is this going to be in advance of our next hearing or what?
In advance of the next HLC meeting.
So the next HLC meeting, I mean, what I had hoped for is that we would be, I mean, we haven't even submitted our PLN yet, so we have to go through application completeness and all of that.
Exactly. It'll be a
So
while.
I don't think it will be until we're through, we have a deemed complete application.
That's right, yes.
Okay.
Okay, and then, so I do want to go through,
25.
I do want to go through a couple of other areas as you're continuing here and as things are moving along, that you continue to study, which, so at least a fair number of which you haven't changed the model much more, but which is fine. It's just areas that we need to, that you can keep working on, and especially because the video really helps to also understand it in terms of relationship to in 3-dimensionality and what you can see and not see. I'll summarize the comments that have, well, I'll add a few comments, then I'll summarize all of them. So if you can go to the, and actually maybe to the video, it might be easier to see it in there. Okay, yeah, so if you can pause it there. I do think that this elevation is the biggest, longest, and right for now, until there's a building built next to it, tallest, a big, strong elevation. And I think it does need to be broken up in some way, whether that's by, dropping a center section of roof or something. or popping something out that's under the eave, but at least gives a wall change. I think my opinion is that it's a pretty big, strong wall and unbroken plane. And so I think that's also part of the massing study that was mentioned before in terms of looking at breaking up the massing a little more. So that's one comment that I have, and I don't know if others agree. But I think that I understand it as a big, simple move, but I also think that it's, for the foreseeable future, it's a big, strong piece that you really stare at strongly. So I think the massing of that can get finessed and broken up in some way. And that is the west elevation.
Called the west.
West, yeah. West elevation. Did you have a?
My comment to that elevation is, if the windows and doors had their color to them, gray, black, whatever it is, as opposed to being white, would we view that elevation differently?
Definitely.
And I think that if we were to see it again, I think that those windows should have their true character in color.
Well, they're not white, they're sage green as
Yeah,
presented.
they'd be green, they'd be gray, they'd be black. It's hard to say what they might be, but they're not white, so I just think we might be
It might be that they read they read more as punched openings more,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the breakup might be stronger.
Right
but
now, it's all white,
but right now it feels pretty strongly all one. Okay, so if you could keep playing.
And Chair Grumbine, if I could add to that, this doesn't bother me, this elevation, the size and the bulk of it or the volume. My comment was if it did have more color in terms of the energy of it, then I think, bolder color, the sage green just seems too bland to me. But if it were, well, there are awnings there. There are awnings. But if they were a stronger color, as Commissioner Lenvik is saying, then I think that could solve the problem,
Okay,
at
can you
least
pause it there?
from my perspective anyway.
Yeah, okay, and that might be true. I'll note it as at least one commissioner feels that massing needs to get broken, but it might be acceptable with stronger color and/or rendering. So I would say, and this was tying to what was said previously, the big blank wall on the stair there. That side wall of the stair really seems, and it might be able to be worked with punching it, but you might also want to study wrapping the roof and turning it into a hip and tucking that underneath instead of just having it as an extension. It might be worth studying because that might also break that line a little bit.
Yeah, and we'll definitely add windows on that wall. I'm not sure why we didn't in the first place.
Okay. Stair, broken wall, glass roof. Okay, and then if you can keep going. This was mentioned by others a little further as well, and I think that three-story box shape element right there. Yep, perfect. I think it doesn't feel like it's part of the other, the rest of the building, and there might be other ways of integrating it that don't involve a roof element or things like that. I know you have a little cap, but right now that feels very big and boxy.
I'm just curious from the board standpoint, would they prefer, because I like, again, as I mentioned, the hip roofs, would the solution be to just carry that same hip roof and eave detail and all of that into that stepped element, and it's.
So how's
There's a terrace on top of that, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's not public, so it can shrink. I don't need it to be a big space on the roof.
I'm not understanding.
So within this parapet wall, he's saying it doesn't have to be the whole thing has to be a terrace. It might be able to be a hip
So
roof.
halfway back, there'd be a wall, and then that's where.
I could do a mansard on that
mansard,
roof,
yeah.
just like I'm doing on the fourth floor roofs.
Okay.
And that would probably really soften it.
That's
Yeah.
what I was thinking.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
Chair-
even a tile
So
cap on
study
that parapet wall would help.
It actually has a tile cap, but it's very subtle.
That-
Okay. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Commissioner
Chair,
Ginsburg.
that was what I was going to say too. Either a mansard or more of a shadow line there, just something to, give it more definition up there. So whatever
Yeah.
you want to do, but something like
Okay.
that.
Yep.
And then the windows, which I think one of the other commissioners mentioned that already, and I think you already addressed that.
Yeah.
Give maybe more larger windows, more shadow line.
Repaired windows.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then I think those were my main, the main comments. And then to also address the other, whatever the comments were that hadn't been addressed yet, there were a handful from our.
Yeah, we'll keep
We'll
those.
keep those on.
Which were, just for the.
Yeah, for
the
record.
minutes, that was number 4, number 6, number 7, and number 9, which I'm still not sure what the intent was on the study of the roof on the bike room. Maybe, does anybody remember making that?
Probably was me. The bike, where's the bike room?
It's that little one-story portion.
Oh, gotcha. It may be with this other roof study, that one can
Okay.
not be studied.
So forget 9.
Yeah, we'll drop 9. Okay. All right, any other comments that we want to integrate into this round?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Grumbine. I think we talked about those windows, but I think what you've done here works, and just having those awnings there and the shadow line above, and I'm sure maybe there's going to be some kind of signage, I don't know, but just again, the color, I think, is really all you need to just bring it out more, to give it something more interesting. But I don't have a problem with this, the way you have it now.
Just so I'm clear, you mean color in the windows, not the building
The
itself?
awnings or the frames.
Yeah, but not the building.
No, not the building, no.
We all agree the building should be white?
Yes.
Yeah, more like Meridian Studios. Okay.
But the rectangle, I think that's what we had talked about. the
Something color and depth and
Yeah.
around the windows.
A little more of an attraction.
Okay. Yeah, that would have been a good distraction.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, otherwise I'll summarize. All right, and we'll try to keep moving here. Okay, so to summarize, we thank the applicant for all their hard work in developing the project, as well as the renderings, and which are very helpful for both design review and as well as the story pool discussion. To this would be, so we'll address the story polls first. So the majority of the commission felt that that story polls should be, minimal story polls should be done for this project, for 5 story polls, and then to be coordinated with staff as to the location on the west and south side of the buildings. Let's see. We consider, let's see, okay, so in general, consider for the project the color of on the windows and the awnings and other ways of bringing out more contrast color, making it more punchy. And in particular, on the west side of the large wall on the west side, where at least one commissioner feels that either the massing or maybe by adjusting the color and adding color and depth, that the depth of wall, that wall will be not feel so stark and massive. On the 3-story element on the south side, south frontage, study a hip roof or eave overhang or mansard solution to make the element less blocky and more and tied closer to the other portions of the building. Let's see. As well, to include comments 4, 6, and 7 from the previous motion, as that's still needing to be worked on. And did I miss anything? All right.
One other thing was, that was mentioned was the light fixtures, which I think will help a lot.
Oh, yes, good. Now, was that 4, 6, or
Comment.
7?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's comment number
Okay,
7.
so that's good. All right, anything else?
Yes, if you could add the project compatibility findings and see if they're generally met at this point.
Did we make comments about them before?
You did not.
Okay.
Do we have to articulate them or just say that they can be met?
I think.
That they can be met, that you feel like they're heading in the right direction. If there are any
Okay,
issues.
so I think, I would say, sounds like from all the comments that have been made, I think we can say in general, the project compatibilities findings and major alteration findings seem like they're heading in the right direction, and especially with the story polls and further massing discussion to be confirmed.
Should we make the findings? We don't need to.
No, let's keep it general for now. I think we've still got one more step to, I think, lock it in. And with these comments, I think that'll get them in a position where it'll be a lot easier to make those
And
findings.
we're a good 45 minutes behind schedule.
Yes, exactly. Oh, and actually, I would also add one more comment that to look at canopy trees in the back. Is that what was the comment? And to use appropriate palm trees to stop hiding the tower.
And
We don't have to do this, to put that last part in.
also, Chair
Disregard
Brown,
that.
I would say too, just at this point, that any elements that you wanted to add, decorative elements, like if the tower wanted to be more, I don't know, perhaps decorated
And-
some way. If there were things like that that you wanted to do, I certainly would support it
Yeah,
wholeheartedly.
I mean, at this point, we're all at risk, and so the detail, that kind of detail, I really prefer to wait until we're at a project design approval level and.
Yeah, so what we can say is, as the project continues, for additional details, especially color and character, to be continue to be developed. So just
Require a motion.
all right, yeah. So I think this would require a motion with those for
indefinite
indefinite continuance with
I'll
those.
make a
comments.
motion for indefinite continuance with those comments.
It's easy for you to say.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly. Well, I'm a
Motion by
grandpa now,
Commissioner
so
Uli,
back off.
Second by Commissioner Butler. Yeah, motion by Grandpa Uli. Second by Commissioner Butler. All right, under discussion. Any discussion? All right. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll proceed with roll call vote. Commissioner Linvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Jury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and so. Whoa! So we are 50 minutes behind, so we'll try to keep moving here, and then we'll maybe take a break after this next item. So this is item 3, 1, 2, 3.
2:35 was when it was,
What's that?
not 3:35.
No, that's what I'm saying, we're 50 minutes behind.
50, okay,
Yeah.
I thought you said 15.
Oh, yeah, sorry, 50,
Yeah.
yeah. All right, 123 East Carrillo Street, this is located in EPV, proposed to construct a
I move
new
for
3-story mixed-use development comprised of 3 units with an average unit size density of 948 square feet under the city's AUD, an 850 square foot accessory dwelling unit, a 300 square foot commercial office, and a 150 square foot bicycle storage and waste recycling area. The project also includes a central stairway structure, exterior balconies, roof terraces with solar array on supporting trellis structures and landscaping. The project site is in El Pueblo Viejo Landmark District, Zone CG Commercial General, and has a general plan use designation of commercial high-density residential, 28 to 36 units per acre. The site is also within the priority housing overlay, 37 to 63 units per acre. Project design approval is requested. Project compatibility findings are required. Project was last reviewed on August 16th, 2023. So welcome.
Hi,
Chair
thank you.
Yeah, if you can state your names for the record, then we'll go to staff, and then we'll go to the minutes.
Erica Obertelli for Buildston Architecture and Planning.
And Ellen Beltston.
All right, to staff.
Thank you,
Laura.
Chair Grumbine. So since the last Historic Landmarks Commission review on this project, the project was deemed complete. So they are eligible to receive project design approval at this hearing. I do want to clarify a couple things. So one of the items that you'll be looking at today is consistency with the project compatibility criteria, as well as the architectural styles that are required for El Pueblo Viejo, and the applicant will cover that in their presentation. Also, the project does have trellis structures that support solar array, and those are not in your purview according to state legislation. So if you have any questions, I'll be here.
All right, thank you. Okay, so with that, if you all could, you'll have 15 minutes. You don't have to use the whole amount. Oh, yeah, sorry. And then you'll have 15 minutes. All right, so, and if you can tell us how you answered each of these comments and anything else new since then. All right, so 1, the commission thanks the applicant for a good presentation. 2, in general, the commission is supportive of the mass, bulk, and scale of the refinements. 3, the commission understands that the size of the building and size constraints of the site are a challenge. 4, restudy the front design facing Carrillo Street as it needs to be reworked in a more Spanish colonial revival or EPV style. 5, restudy the windows to add traditional rhythms and poetry. It's real, it's a thing. 6, study deepening the walls to help create shadows, especially in the front building facing Carrillo Street. 7, in general, study going stronger into the Spanish colonial revival style, especially in the details. 8, study incorporating additional clay tiles. 9, study deepening the planters at the roof decks for the plant health and to allow for the height of plantings, even if that would require a taller parapet wall. 10, study lowering the trellis structures on the roof deck as they currently feel too elongated and top-heavy. As part of the study, consider making the trellis structures solid to hide the solar panels. 11, study the balconies and projections at the rear building. Study other wrought iron balconies and provide precedent examples. 12, restudy the front arch. The arch should be either a full Roman arch or a segmented arch. 13, study the mailbox and the wall plane intersections so that it doesn't have the cantilever. 14, a suggestion is to study adding plaster texture as a way of ornamenting the building. 15, in general, the exterior walkways connecting the building are supportable. However, study Spanish colonial style walkway connections and provide examples in your next review. Study Lara Cotta and others as inspiration. All right, the motion was by Uli, the second one was by House, and I don't know what the last part was. Okay, 900, motion carried. Okay. Fast on the clicker. All right, we're hurrying. We're trying to hurry. Okay.
So-
All right, so go ahead.
Okay, so I'll walk you guys through the plans really quickly. Very little has changed except for the items listed in the minutes. And I think when we get to the elevations, we can stop and then go through the minutes. I think that's probably the best way to address this. So you saw this previously. The size, bulk, scale really hasn't changed. We've maintained it. We had favorable comments on that. These are the views of the existing building that will be completely demolished. The plantings have largely stayed the same, with the same concept of some sort of plants growing up that stair tower. And the minor change at the front where we've made a more equal placement of the front door to that commercial space. So that's one change you can see in the plans, but other than that, the spaces of the apartments are the same. Second floor, third floor, and then the roof plan here is also unchanged from last meeting. Here are the updated elevations, and what you can see is we've really dug in on the views of the windows, on the way in which we're addressing the El Pueblo Viejo design guidelines, and those trellises have really been modified. I don't know if you would like me to zoom in more here, but if helpful, I was thinking I could walk through the minutes and how we were from last time.
Sure, yep.
So items 1 and 2 were just comments as well as 3. 4 was you asked us to really restudy the front design facing EPV, and so what we did was we reworked that. And let me zoom into that, see if this works. There we go. So just to zoom into that more. So there is the revised elevation. So we've added ornamentation. The beams below that balcony are now expressed. We brought a little piece of that decorative railing down into the lower balcony at the parapet above that door. We've changed the gate from a rectangular gate to an arch to match the Roman arch of the remaining arches on site. And that front wall has been significantly deepened. So we went from a 9-inch wall to an 18-inch wall. So there's really a nice heavy shadow line around that front door. And there was one other reference I wanted to show you on this. So here are our references for the front of the building. In El Paseo, there is an elevation as you're walking through which has an arched door with then 3 stories above it, and we feel it's a very good parallel reference for what we're doing here with that single arch and then the high, skinny building above it. We also have these 2 lower studies. This is showing, again, a Roman arch, and then it shows a parapet with a little door behind it, similarly to what we have, just as a reference for, this is happening in these types of buildings. And then this Garden Street building has those, we've stepped the 2 sides, as you see right here, and then this building has a similar approach with a central arch and then a side door here. So we're just looking to see, what are some parallel references we can show you for what we're doing. So that was how we approached that. So that would be item 4. Item 5, you asked us to restudy the windows, and we really took a look at quite a few different buildings around town that we felt were in the style that we are working in now. The State Street view you have there, the bottom floor, ignore it because we are not doing Gothic arches. However, there's a system by which the middle windows are larger and then the upper windows, there are perhaps more of them, but they are smaller. And then there's also, as you see on the courthouse, there's sometimes a randomization of that patterning system. And so we took those approaches. I think the Lobera building is another show. It's a very good reference for us for what we're doing. And so we took those pieces of information. And then the building on Chapala Street, I think the use of the arches at the ground floor, we've applied that to our building. So now if I go back to the elevations, you can see here how those things apply. And so we've there's a little bit of a play. The windows aren't completely regular, so we've added a bit of poetry. You should be able to see we've given color now to the window frames, so they're not just a dark color, but they have a little bit more fun. They're green, and there's a little bit of the vegetation implied also then in the color of the metal on the building. Item 6, so that would be our answer to item 5. Item 6, you've asked us to study deepening the walls. We addressed this. That front piece is much deeper. And then on the windows along the sides of the buildings, it's a 20-foot wide lot, so we're not comfortable giving up space to make the walls thicker. But what we have done is pulled the windows in. So if you look at these elevations, there are now shadow lines on the windows. So they're not right out at the face of the wall, but they've been pulled in. Item 7, going stronger into the Spanish colonial revival style. So we've really dug in on some of the details. So let me zoom in here to this view. So that balcony at the back, we added some ornamentation, we added some posts, we added a corbel to support it on the wall side, and then the post has a finished detail, and we felt like that allowed us then also to tie it to the walkway, which you had asked us to study, and I'm going to look at 2 things that relate to that in our references here. So here we have a study of a few different ways in which balconies have, they've been framed and ornamented in EPV. And then also you asked us to look at walkways, in particular La Arcada, and that's a later comment, but I think it applies here. And so we went to La Arcada and looked at it, and with these covered walkways, we really want to avoid the expense of enclosing them and therefore making them into a fully enclosed thing. So we took the walkway and the expression of the beam and the corbel and used that as the reference for how we're treating that connection here. And then that reference then informed how we handled these two balconies at the back. And our reference for the courthouse, whoops, right here, this, I think, is a very useful reference for how we thought about those two balconies and how to finish them so that it feels like it's appropriate to the area and to the neighborhood, but at the same time, we're not adding expenses where we'd prefer not to for the project.
You know that building?
Yeah, a little bit about it.
Maybe. Okay, so that would be our answer to item number 7. Let me see if there are any other notes I had. Oh, the plaster wall finishes. We definitely want to use a slightly irregular plaster finish on the project. And if you, let's see, there we go. We have here a summary of our material choices. I don't know if you saw that when you were looking at it. It's a little hard to read on these screens, but some sort of undulating plaster. And you see also in our views that we've given it, we've given a texture to the material there. Yeah, so it's over here. Navigating on these screens is always tricky. So then, just summarizing the materials, we would the wood, so the trellises, the beams, the posts would all be some sort of a medium brown, a similar sort of a stained wood that you see throughout EPV. The door and window trim is a medium sage green, as are the railings, and then the live roof is what it is. And then the trellis is now, and I'm going to go to this here so you can see. The trellis now has a wood underside with beams supporting it. So we took the comments you made on that last time and applied them to how we're treating the trellis. Item number 8, you asked us to study incorporating additional clay tiles. We now have added that terracotta tile cap to all of the parapet walls so that throughout the building, when you look at the wall at the top of it, there's a terracotta tile. The planters have been changed from 12 to 20 inches deep to ensure plant health, as was requested in item number 9. You asked us on item 10 to study lowering the trellis structures, and between raising the parapet and lowering them by a foot, we feel like the proportions feel really good in these views. Item 11 are the balconies and the projections. We've already covered that item. Item 12 is the front arch, which we've also covered. Item 13, the mailbox, you can actually see it here. It used to be that this little corner here came all the way to the front and there was a cantilever. We've eliminated that and let the building really land on the ground and then make that front really symmetrical. So that's how we addressed that item. The plaster we spoke about, and then in 15, the exterior walkways are no longer, there's no modification required for that. We addressed, the buildings are considered detached, and so we don't need you to help us with that modification anymore. And we addressed how we styled that for EPV. So this, I think, is our last set of views, just giving a view into the courtyard. So you can see the color of the windows, the trim at the top of the parapets. And this here, we thought this view really felt like what a street in Santa Barbara very often feels like. So we thought that was a useful reference for how this building will contribute to the neighborhood. And I think that's everything for us.
All right. Okay, great. All right, we'll go to, public comment. Anyone in the room wishing to comment? Nope, doesn't look like it. All right, and.
All right, thank you, Chair Grumbine. We did receive written correspondence from Jacek Sinekjan, and that was distributed to the commission prior to the meeting. So I'll turn it back over to you.
All right. All right, to the commission for questions.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Have you considered awnings on the west face of that? Of your,
That's right on the lot line, so we wouldn't be able to.
really?
Yeah.
Well, that's on both
Yeah.
sides, isn't it?
Yeah, except along the Paseo, which is that's a fire exit, so we can't really put them over that either. So we're really constrained on this property.
Constrained for putting color in the windows even.
Well, we have the frames around the windows.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a 20-foot wide lot.
So we're right on the property line on the west side, and then we're stepped in on the east side for this walkway to bypass the building. So.
All right, other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. And I think we mentioned it last time, is how do you intend to be able to plaster and paint that west elevation as well as the east elevation that's on the property line? How are you going to solve that problem?
So our neighbor to the west is the probation building owned by the county. It's a county property, and they've already been cooperating with us closely to get soils drilling
Reports,
done. So they will continue to work with us to get
So they have no hesitation to give you an easement for construction then?
temporarily during
Yeah, I think that would
construction.
certainly be wise, because we have seen too many buildings that are approved that with plaster and paint that end up being concrete block. And so we've got to make sure that's dealt with.
Right.
All right, other questions? Commissioner Ansberg?
Yes, thank you, Chair Grumbine. Thank you. What is the finish of the wall that is along the walkway there, the one that we're looking at here?
Facing
It would be the east side.
Yeah, we had studied a few materials and looked at making this concrete something like maybe Meridian Studios, but at the end of the day, our feeling is having it be plaster like the rest of the building is really the best solution.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions? Okay.
Tell me again what you did with regard to the height of the trellis structures on the roof.
We lowered them by a foot. We lowered them by a foot and then raised the parapet, and between those two things, they seem significantly shorter.
Okay. I had a question. Can you, would it be possible to add like wrought iron flower boxes or something to the side elevation on the third floor, say, for example, of like, 6 inches deep or something?
As long as the flowers are fire retardant.
On the west side or the east side?
The one that we're looking at, the side here.
This here?
Yeah.
So we can't overhang this walkway because it's an exit, it's a fire exit.
Even
the
if it's
emergency
non-flammable,
egress.
non-destructible.
It probably would start to get into needing to sprinkler those flower boxes or something.
It is our egress path from the back portions of the property. We can look
We
into
can
that. I
look
mean,
to
if
find
code
out.
would allow it, we'd certainly be fine
But
putting
the way the
some
code says it's
expression
clear
there.
to the sky, so I think.
We're very tall people.
All right. Okay, so that'll be a question or a comment. Okay, any other questions? All right, let's
Yeah,
roll
I
in.
had one
Oh, yeah.
other question. The light fixtures, I know this is early, so maybe you haven't quite figured those out yet, but the light fixtures that we're seeing here on the front here, what were
Yeah,
you thinking about?
That's
those?
what we
Oh,
were
that's
thinking
these
about.
are.
So this fixture is a traditional lantern with blown glass and a wrought iron frame. And so it's 17 inches tall. And we were looking at using that throughout the building, just as a simple solution.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Vice Chair.
On the subject of those light fixtures, do you know what the color temperature is?
Yes, it's 3,000, and I've looked into whether we can have it changed to 2,700, and I don't have an answer on that.
Okay.
But it's 3,000.
Okay. I had a question about the wrought iron. Was there design inspiration for that geometry, or where is the patterning coming from?
The patterning is a way of in EPV. There's a lot of landscape throughout the projects, right? You have paseos, you have vegetation, very often in sort of at the pedestrian level at the street, and we don't have the width in the lot to do that. So this, in a way, is a way of sort of acknowledging the sense of plants without. So it's a little playful. It's a little bit of poetry. And it's sort of, it's in a color that it sort of fits with the plant palette of the rest of the building.
Okay. All right. Are there any other comments? Or sorry, any other questions?
I have one question, yes. So in what's on screen now, that tower's elevator tower, is that correct?
No, it's a stair tower.
A what?
Stair tower. There's no elevator on this
Is there
project.
anything you could do to that long rectangle, vertical rectangle, that would romanticize it a little bit?
I just closed my supplemental materials by accident.
Isn't it planted out? I mean, has the vines growing on it?
It has, yeah, vines growing on it.
On the other side.
On one side, yeah.
Yeah.
It has
That's-
vines grow, and so the vines will come around is the.
They will, so
intention,
you're
yeah.
planning on that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So here, let me show you. There, so there's that tower,
Okay.
and then here it is on this side, and you see the vines
Oh,
growing
I
up
see,
it
okay.
there.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have comments.
Okay.
I do too.
All right, Commissioner Drury, you spoke first.
I think it's a really difficult project, and I've come to expect significant statements from your firm. And I find it very charming, eminently supportable.
Okay. Vice Chair House?
I don't often say this, but I love this building. It's quirky, and I like the randomization, the word you used, of the windows. I mean, it's not trying too hard, but there's just enough that it makes it interesting. And so I think it's a playful, quaint building and a nice pedestrian experience.
I agree 100%.
All right. Goodbye, Commissioner Uli. Or sorry, Commissioner Drury. No, sorry, Commissioner Doran. Try again. I haven't had coffee. See, I had this sitting right there. The coffee's right there. I haven't had it yet. All right, Commissioner Doran.
I'll be quick. It's a very supportable project. The comment that I have is in relation to the letter that we received about the perceived loss of light and view. And it actually goes back to a discussion in the previous project about what the impact on views, light, air, all of that kind of thing. The city is concerned about housing. The state is concerned about housing. Every gain involves a loss. And there's nothing we can do about that.
Unless it's a win-win.
But every gain when it comes to density involves a loss.
Yeah.
I'll just make that comment. This is a very supportable project. It's really well done.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add one comment on the public speaker's letter that solar access is not an issue in a commercial zone, only adjacent to residential.
Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes. This building is going to significantly stand out in this block. We have a Flatiron building, basically, you know, and you've got one and two-story, many only one-story buildings on this side of Carrillo Street. And so there is it's going to be a significant change for a long period of time while that building is standing there. And I'm not sure that that we can make compatibility findings for that particular situation. And I just don't know. We certainly, after the last project, we are gonna, I would expect to see story poles. I mean, I don't see how you can avoid that. But I have concerns that the public's going to really wonder what's happened when they see this narrow building, 4 stories tall, standing there on that block.
Can we see the Carrillo Street elevation that shows the adjacent
Well,
buildings as well?
Mr. Chair, the corner of Anacapa and Carrillo, which is at the top of that block, has got a significant project coming our way. And there's also a mid-block off of Santa Barbara Street. There's one that's very much narrow like that, but not quite 20 feet. I think that there's ample support for this kind of building in that neighborhood.
Not to mention the
Okay.
five-story courthouse is going to be right behind.
If I may also add, there are really significant trees all along Carrillo that are much taller than this building or any of the others in the vicinity, and they set a scale that I think fits this.
Can you actually go to
in.
some of your street views, or your,
So there's that street view. Looking to the side, there's the building in sight.
Do you have an elevation of your proposal with the adjacent building showing? Not quite, I guess.
So the problem is we have a driveway on either side of our building.
Right,
so in
I know
these-
that.
In these views, it's not quite showing up. But what we do have here is what you can see the building here in sight, and then here are those one-story buildings. This building is the same height as ours, minus those solar trellises. So we have a sister building almost directly adjacent to our building. This is 4 stories. This, again, is 3 to 4. This is the Lobera building right here again.
That's 4.
So that's 4. The back side of this courthouse is 3 stories. The main courthouse here is 5. So we're not alone in our height in these blocks. We're very much surrounded by tall buildings. The few buildings between us and the corner, yes, those are low. But aside from those, it seems that most of the other buildings.
do you have an elevation with the building to your left when you're looking at it?
Hold on.
Looking at your building.
Give it to the chair.
So this is showing the building in sight and sort of in a gray here,
Oh, is
grayscale.
where
You can
the-
see the buildings to either side.
Gotcha.
Those are
All
the
right.
trees that are there, yeah.
City TV, if you could zoom in here.
That looks nice.
Yeah. There's Woo. There we go. A little further. There we go. I'll go to there we go.
So those are significant trees there.
Yeah, so that's right here. So that other building's going to fit, their proposed building's going to fit within it.
And framed between those 2 trees is that other 3-story building that's right next to ours.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
I have a comment.
Yes. Commissioner
You know,
McCarthy.
you could argue that the form's not, or, has a little bit of question mark about being compatible, but the materiality is compatible. So if you had to make the finding, I think you could lean into that a little bit.
Yeah, and one of the other, just sort of piggyback on that, the neighborhood compatibilities is the neighborhood. It's not necessarily, because if you get stuck between 2 parking lots, your average height is 0. So it's really about the neighborhood and is it compatible with and with also where it's going, but you got to be we have to always juggle between the two. But it does seem, from my point of view, that you've got enough really big buildings right around you that it might be a little weird for a little while, but but who isn't excited? The building that our office is in actually is Sewell building, the old Salvation Army, and it still has a big blank wall of where another building was going to get built right up against it, and it's a big, it's about equivalent of a 3-story building, and it has a big blank wall, and nothing was, and it's a parking lot next to it, and so one day something will probably get built up against it, but until then, things get added sequentially. So I do think that seems to me at least to be reasonable. Any other comments before I jump into mine, so we can keep moving? It's sounding like this is quite supportable, but most have made very positive comments. Commissioner Ensberg.
Yeah, I just had a couple things. Thank you very much for listening and for responding. I think that the building has come a long way since last we saw it, so thank you for that. I agree with what everyone else has said. I just would throw out one comment just to kind of bring it into maybe perhaps a little bit more using the playfulness that you've brought in with the wrought iron, but maybe twisting it slightly to in the colors. Maybe consider the wrought iron in a black, which would be more, but with that design that you have, and possibly that deep burgundy red for the windows. I think could be really, I was wanting to suggest on the side elevations, the east and west, like a cornice or something, but I realized you're so tight that you probably can't even have even a projection like that. So I was, wanting to see a little bit more terracotta at the top, a little bit more shadow line, a little bit more heft up there, but I understand your limitations. So that's why I started thinking, well, maybe if you were to think about that color, which we see on the courthouse, the burgundy, the beautiful burgundy curtains, and, it's a really very traditional color, that maybe that might pull it into more of a, make it feel like it was really been there a long time. So I just throw that out there for something for you to think about.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments before I add some of my own, and then we can keep rolling? Okay, so then, like the others have said, I think you've done a wonderful job. Really, this is transformed into quite a very charming building, and especially for something that's, a difficult site. And so kudos for that. A few minor additional areas of study. So, and we can start with the front here. So one is the arched walkway through. You can either offset your Roman arch equal distance to make it the other arch, or join it to the wall. Right now, it looks like it's thicker on the top than it is on the sides.
It's not supposed to be. I think
okay.
that's just a modeling problem.
So, but interestingly, it might be interesting and fun and tied to some of your other examples to actually don't just offset it, but actually engage into the wall and have the arch opening and have it sort of as a buttress or something.
Is that a window directly behind the left side of it?
That's where the mailboxes are.
Yeah, it could help hide that little
Yeah.
corner
Yeah.
poking out or something, and something add a little additional whimsy, as one of the commissioners likes to say.
Yeah.
And then it might be a modeling thing as well. The main entry, it looks like it's almost a half circle, but it's off by like a degree or two. It looks like it comes to a little bit of a point there
Dog leg.
on the side. Anyways, it's probably just a modeling thing, but if to make that a true arch. The wrought iron is a little bit, it's funky, but I like where you're going with it in terms of trying to incorporate, because you don't have a lot of plant space, so incorporate it organically. I would look at organic wrought iron that plays off of some of that plant-like character, or if you're trying to go simpler geometry to it, there's something about it. It's sort of like a pattern of the what's it called? The door pattern that has the
River of Life.
River of Life motif, but it's not. It's almost kind of going to go into something like a full motif, but it's not quite.
Life.
Yeah, it's the crick of life.
Yeah.
So I think that needs a little more study, but I like the idea of going plant-like, but maybe you study it and make it even more plant-like and organic. So anyways, I think that the wrought iron is going in the right direction, but could go a little more study. And then the lights, I think they could go dial it a little bit more traditional still, even if you are simple. The form of a slope out as it comes down is a little odd. Usually you would slope the other way or come down straight. So look at the geometry a little bit more on the light fixture and just go a little further into that Spanish. It was trying to hang on to the modern a little bit too much.
It was playful.
Yeah. And then can you go to the back? It could be, or just the side elevations maybe.
Not giving you what you want?
No, keep going. Those windows and everything, that's a wonderful study that you've done, and a beautiful, very poetic sequence. Actually, if you can zoom in the bottom elevation, bottom right.
Is that sufficient?
Okay, yeah. So there's the top level, second window from the left. Oh, that's just a dimension line. Okay, I thought that was a wall plane jog. Okay, never mind. That's all good. So if you go to the balconies in the back there, right where you are there. So it seems like it's a little bit conflicted. For one, the bracket on the bottom right, you have a bracket, but it's not attached to anything. So where you have it, the same double brackets and a beam across, for the bridge makes total sense. You've got a bridge spanning, you have two brackets that are supporting. on the balcony, you have a bracket there, but it's not.
the outside bracket.
It's an unsupporting bracket. So just either get rid of it for one.
This here at the wall.
Bottom right. No, to the right though.
The
Right,
outside.
yeah.
Okay.
See, that would be it would want a wall there, right?
Yeah.
So, now, and then the tectonic structure of your balcony is a little bit unsure as well. I would even just eliminate the posts. If you have, what you've really done is you've shared your load all the way down on your lower one, which would mean that your beam off the wall would need to be bigger to be expressive of what the forces that are coming down. But I don't think you even need it, because if one balcony can cantilever out, why can't the other balcony just cantilever out? So I would just eliminate posts, eliminate the far end brackets, and then you just have a bracket and a beam out, and then just keep it simple. And then you have wrought iron, and that's it.
That's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, and what about the front end of those supports? Would there be curves, some sort of decorative?
Oh, and so you could look at doing a beam end of some sort as it ends, and something simple. Yeah, that's a good idea.
We've done a coved end currently on that corbel.
Oh, yeah, if you can zoom in, something to that effect, but and keep up that kind of.
There you can see it there on the middle.
Oh, yeah, perfect, exactly. So
Something
something
like
like
that.
that. That would totally work. That's what you're talking about, right?
That and the front end and the visible end from the street.
That one, what we did was we just expressed the beams because it
Yeah, no, that's,
seemed more in
Yep.
keeping with what we often saw for
You could
such a
do that on
short
the back.
balcony.
yeah, exactly. Do that in the back.
There's no beam at the front.
Also, Mr. Chair,
Here.
Oh, yeah. So, I see what you're saying. It's not boxed out. Yeah, so it might not, you're right, it might not be,
It's a longer cantilever on the
just
back.
study it.
We'll study it.
Yeah, there's a couple ways of doing
Yeah.
it, so.
We can study it.
Okay.
also,
Commissioner Lemig?
yeah, also, I think that maybe giving a little more attention to the trellis structure on the roof. In other words, how the ends of the beams up there are scalloped or not scalloped, or.
Yeah, you could give a little.
Brackets, but
Yeah.
get a lot of tradition into the trellis structure from the standpoint of the detailing.
Even though it's not in our purview.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I think the
We
trellis
can make a
structure is.
comment that we
yeah.
would appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's not a
No,
requirement.
I don't know that the supporting structure is, that's in our purview.
No, it's not.
No.
It's
It's
solar.
not.
Really?
It's solar.
longer.
It's a suggestion. It's not just like when a school comes before us, it's not in our, this is a kind of, everything in that case is a courtesy review. In this case, it would be a courtesy review for the trellis of just trellis
Pretty soon we'll
ends.
just gather for coffee.
Demons. Remember when we had power?
And paper.
And paper?
And coffee.
Where is the paper?
Okay. Okay, so then, that was it. I did have a question, quickly, and then we can wrap up. The back wall, is that board form concrete? Is that?
In the elevations, it was, but then by the time we got to the rendered set for the supplemental, we felt that the plaster was a better match.
Okay.
So
Okay, great. So
here
go
you see that
plaster. Yeah,
we're going
perfect.
plaster.
Good, okay. And then, the boxes, the planter boxes, there had been a comment about it being deep before. It looks like you kept it deep on the roof. Was that intentional?
We deepened these.
You deepen it down, but then in plan, I think there was a comment about, like it was 3 feet or something. There was a lot of planter there, in roof plan. And I thought that there was been a suggestion of at least studying, not making that as deep, but unless you
And
had
I
a
had was
reason.
about plant health and studying the depth, but not the plan.
Okay.
I'm happy to go there and look at it.
And you might want the plants there, but I think that Commissioner McClure at one point had talked about maybe skinning up the 2 rows of planting or whatever you have there, like wasn't that
I can't remember. I think mostly it was the comment was on the depth of the.
Oh,
plant.
okay, in that
'Cause
case,
they're
never
very
mind.
sufficiently
Yeah.
wide, it looks.
Okay.
So I know we talked about it at last meeting, and just to remind you, we're using those for our stormwater.
Oh, yeah, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay, that was just my bad memory. Okay, so any other comments to add? And then otherwise, we can take a shot at, so project designer approval is requested. So and all the comments that we've made so far, seem to be pretty minor that they can continue and develop. Is there a feeling of project compatibility
I'm
findings?
fine with that.
Yes.
Is there a general? Okay. So who wants to make a motion?
I'll make a motion for project design approval.
Because you got to do all that business.
That's fine. I'll do it.
And then we can add the comments after. Okay.
Okay, so these are the project compatibility findings. Number one, it's consistent with the design guidelines of the city. We find it to be compatible with the architectural character of the city and the neighborhood. The size, mass, bulk, height, and scale we have determined is appropriate for the neighborhood. And I don't know to what extent there are adjacent landmarks and historic resources, but it is sufficiently sensitive, if there are. Public views of the ocean and mountains aren't really affected by this building. And the use of open space and landscaping is appropriate considering the tight constraints of the narrowness of the parcel.
Okay. All right, and then with these additional comments,
Mr. Chair? The view of the mountains is blocked if you walk east on Carrillo Street.
At some point, they would
Yeah,
be blocked,
right.
but it's not a huge
it isn't
impediment.
to a significant,
Yeah.
or a significant, to the point of not being able to find it.
Guarantee of a view.
Okay. And then these are the additional comments. One, we thank you, the commission thanks you for your attention to our comments, and we are very supportive of this very charming, playful, and poetic project. And
quirky.
And quirky. And the building has come a long way. And the additional comments include to consider for the trellis beam ends, adding a detail profile to the trellis beam ends at the roof deck. And then for the front entry to study the archway alongside the outdoor arch, the opening to the outdoor archway, and engaging it as a buttress into the wall, or offsetting it equally from the gate, the half circle of the gate. For the front main entrance, to confirm that it is a true Roman arch, half a circle. And for the for the lights, to look at a more EPV Spanish Colonial Revival light, a little bit more traditional. The wrought iron railings, to continue to study, to make them a little more traditional and or organic and plant-like. To study other examples around the city, and maybe perhaps come back with a couple precedent examples of studies. And also to go towards black with them. I think there might be a
That
case
would not
for
be my
Malaga.
comment.
Yeah, there might be a case for, or at least one commissioner suggested going towards black with them, but to continue that study and come back with us. We do have a Malaga green tradition as well for wrought iron that might.
And there's an accent on the first A, Malaga.
Malaga green, sorry. Okay, and then on the rear elevation, the balconies, to just cantilever them out with the wood beams, and to restudy
Omit the wood posts.
Yeah, omitting the wood posts, and add additional study and beam end details, traditional beam end details. And then, I did have one other comment for the tower. In the meantime, while the ivy's growing, or the vines are growing, maybe study breaking it with a band, a plaster band. Or
How do you guys feel about murals?
No, we love murals.
First Amendment right.
Yeah, we have to love them.
Okay.
So if you propose them, we have no jurisdiction, and we have to say yes. So, yep. So,
Chair Grumbine?
Yep.
It also could be a very heavy texture that would, scored or something that would catch the light. Or it could be something like Meridian Studios with some kind of really cool painted traditional.
So let's just say study embellishing the tower element.
But
in
no
some way.
Spanish lace plaster finish.
Well, we'll let them study it.
Okay.
Okay, and then I think that's it, unless there's another comment.
My comment was, I think we need to have some documented proof that they can get on the adjoining property to plaster and paint.
That would be a good
Okay,
idea.
as that additional thing as well, for confirming that, yeah,
And
confirming
also,
that they can have access to there.
just study the, even though, I mean, the colors that they're proposing are perfectly acceptable, just to consider a more traditional, that deep
Oh, yeah.
red color for the windows possibly.
Yep, consider the burgundy for the windows, yep. Okay,
I would
there's a maker of the
prefer,
motion.
I would prefer you say one commissioner feels that way, because just to let you know, I love the fact that everything's the same color, and I like that color, so.
Okay, so at least, we'll say at least one commissioner. I think it's worth a study too, so I'll throw my hat in.
least two commissioners.
At least two commissioners. At least a couple commissioners feel that studying would be worth to study the burgundy for the windows. Okay, any other comments to add? All right, do we have a motion? Do we have a second? And the motioner, the maker of the motion
second.
agrees with those comments?
I'm okay now.
Okay, and then Commissioner Ensberg seconds it?
Yes.
All right, so under discussion, any more discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll proceed with roll call vote. Commissioner Uli?
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan?
Yes.
Commissioner McClure?
Yes.
Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg?
Yes.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik?
Yes.
Vice Chair House?
Yes.
Chair Grumbine?
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. You have, there's a 10-day appeal period to City Council for anyone who wants to. All right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good job. All right, we'll take a quick little break. We got coffee here, so maybe a 5-minute break. Is everyone good? Yes. And then we'll continue on to item 4. Yep. Historic Landmarks Commission? Yeah, who are we? All right, we are on to item 4, 710 State Street. We are 57 minutes behind. So try to hurry up so that Commissioner Drury could get to his granddaughter's piano lesson, wherever he's going.
All right. Solution.
Yes.
Move for approval.
They'd be happy with that. All right, we'll keep it moving. All right, 710 State Street. Located in EPV, proposal to construct a 32,000 square foot, 4-story, 66-room hotel, including restaurant and bar, and conference rooms on 6 lots totaling 30,000 square feet. Project also includes 16 parking spaces on the ground floor. A lot merger is required. The 14,000 square foot building at 710 State Street and 1,000 square foot building at 19 East Ortega are proposed to be demolished. The remaining 6,000 square feet of existing non-residential development will remain. Project design approval is requested. Project compatibility findings are required. Project last reviewed on December 7th, 2022. Oh, exactly, pretty much a year. The project was approved by the Planning Commission on August 17th, 2023, and subsequently appealed to City Council. The City Council will hear the appeal on January 23rd, 2024. All right, welcome. I'm sure we have a staff report. We'll go over our minutes from last time, and then you guys will have 15 minutes, should you want to use it, to present. All right, to staff.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Kelly Broadison with Community Development. And yes, the project was approved by the Planning Commission on September 21st.
Oh, yeah.
It is. It is.
She's just not as loud as us. Oh, she's not as loud as us.
And aim it at your mouth.
So it was approved by the Planning Commission on September 22nd, and it was appealed by 2 separate appellants and will be going before the City Council on January 23rd. The reason why we're here today is because the project design approval is also an appealable action. So rather than have the project go to council and then, depending on what happens at council, come back to PDA, that could be appealed too. So we'd rather have, if it gets appealed, the PDA approval gets appealed, we'd rather take both at once, just for a good measure. So I'm here if you have any questions. As you can see from the previous minute, the project did receive positive comments at the last review, and that's why it went forward to Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. All right, so if you can introduce yourselves for the record, and then I'll read the minutes.
Okay, Kevin Moore, architect for the owner.
Courtney Miller, landscape architect.
All right. So let's go into the motion from last time. It was to continue the Planning Commission with the following comments. 1, in general, the mass, bulk, and scale are acceptable and are going in the right direction. 2, the Paseo is solving spatial issues, and the Commission welcomes the design of it. And the thinking as the next lot gets developed and is sensitive to the neighbors, them being as commended.
Something like that.
Yeah, no, we should have caught that one.
Yeah.
Ginsburg was not here then.
Yeah, exactly. It was smart to think ahead. There we go. That was the summary. The setbacks from State Street and the way in which it has been handled is acceptable. The Commission recommends to study the entrance off State Street with the suggestion of a 3rd arch as a way to making the entrance to the Paseo celebrated and special. 5, study the transparency of some of the railings and balconies, especially for the rooms for more privacy. Study semi-transparent balconies as opposed to transparent iron. 6, the signage and branding. The signage and branding and how the hotel is expressed is important and should be developed and looked at. 7, the Commission would like to see color renderings walking through the Paseo, as it will be an important experiential component. 8, there is some concern with the sequence of the hotel check-in and how it will work out practically and where the gate and control points will be. Develop that more as the project goes forward. 9, study reducing the height of the rooftop trellis structure. 10, study the views of the trellis from down the Paseo and how visible it is. 11, further color study is needed, and the Commission encourages colors that are beautiful and stand out. The motion was by Ensberg, second was by Uli, 700. Howes and Lenvik were absent. The motion carried.
And Mr. Chair, I did not watch the video, so I will keep my mouth shut.
Okay. Oh, you can ask questions.
I know I can do that. I know.
Commissioner Lenvik, did you watch the video?
Was I not here?
Yeah, that's what it says.
According to the minutes.
And I remember this project. I thought it was nice.
Well,
I did
so
not I did not watch.
Are you sure you didn't watch the video? If you remembered the project? Okay, it wasn't, okay.
It was the second appearance as a hotel, wasn't it? Yeah, so I
Okay.
saw the first time, but I didn't see the second.
Okay.
Commissioner Grumpy, I wasn't here either. so-
Okay, so then you guys can ask questions, but no comments or vote.
But did you watch the video? Okay.
All right. Are we ready? Okay, so with that, if you would go through, especially talk to us about how you address the comments, and then anything else that changed since last time we saw it.
Certainly. Happy to do that. So it has been almost a year, it has been a year, hasn't it? Amazing how time flies. So really no changes to the mass bulk scale of the project that the board liked previously. We've really just gone a step further to develop and add some more detailing and get to that kind of design development level and hopefully show you that we are continuing in the right direction and get some feedback on some colors and some other detailing from you. So we can flip through and try and address the comments. There really weren't a lot of, negative comments. There were some study type comments. One of which was that we thought was pretty interesting was to consider adding a third arch from the front or on this side. And we looked at that and, we tried a number of different ways, but ultimately what we found was, nope, go back. Come on. There it is. What we found is we'd always been trying to figure out a way to find a home for this gate that would be closed during the evening hours. And we thought, well, let's take a look at integrating that with this idea of this third archway. And so although it doesn't happen at the front of the Paseo facing State Street, we've introduced that feature here, down here past the lobby, past where in the evenings this would be publicly accessible. And as you reach the more private hotel areas, this gate would be closed in the evenings and open during the day. So there's that. And then we added another similar archway with a gate on this end of the Paseo. So same consideration. It would be on a hold open during the day, and as evening came along, it would be closed. And simply provide some security for the hotel guests and amenities within that area. And on the elevation, it appears, but it's far back in the Paseo here. So it has a little bit of a roofing element, some wood rafter tails appearing here, flanked by two sconce fixtures, and then would open in there. And that's proposed to be an iron gate with some detailing on it like that. And if we can go on the opposite end, so looking at it from the Ortega Street side, we zoom in here, here's that other archway with similar roof element, a little bit different gate detailing just for some fun. Additionally, we have, one concern was the height of that trellis element on the roof. That has been removed from the project. So that's not an issue anymore. We do have some different style of, come on, it's thinking. Railings here, we have more of a wood, wood railing there. It's up here somewhere. Here, so a little bit more dense pattern here, less visibility potentially through that. And then we have some different styles. Okay, it's thinking. It's thinking.
Sometimes I'm not responding to.
And then we have some different ironwork styles throughout the project, railings with some traditional, knuckles and some other elements there. And, come on. Does that help a little bit more?
Pardon my interruption, through the chair to the applicant. It might help the program run faster if there are any tabs up there that you don't need or don't
Whoa,
need
yeah.
right now and could reopen later. There might just be too many PDFs open at once.
Okay.
So,
well,
for example, the last tab that says old plans, and you could maybe close that one until the commission is ready to look at the previously reviewed plans or.
You've all had sugar, it has not.
I would if I could here. Let's see. Oh, there it goes. All right.
That should speed
We don't
things
need
up.
landscape plans.
So, well, with that, let's jump to, so I think that answers some of the more technical questions. And then we had some thoughts on colors, so we wanted to run by you. So the 99% of the buildings in the surrounding area fronting State Street and Ortega Street are white or very nearly white, slightly off-white colors. So conceptually, we're thinking of this as, let's allow the buildings that front State Street and Ortega Street to match that sort of fabric that's there. And then as we proceed into the project, we introduce some differences. So we have some slightly darker shade of off-white and then into a warmer sort of rosy color, and then more of a earth-toned color here. And also, along with that, introduce details at the window frame, so a kind of a traditional greenish frame at this front building. Oh, no.
If you hold down the space bar, then you can pan and it won't trigger that other thing.
Sometimes that works, yeah. And then on this building, it's more of an oil rub bronze door and window frame. And then on this building, introduce more of that reddish frame there. And then here, we're thinking of more of a wood color on that to go with the wood doors below. And that's that flavor. And then as we come down the other side, you can see this is Ortega Street over here. We have a subtle base color on this building here, and then the off-white here, and that would continue down this street, this side. Differentiate the buildings with different awning colors and detailing as well. And then here's the Ortega Street proposed color, so kind of that green awning would continue around on this side, and then this one gets a red one, and different detailing on the cornice, different detailing on the parapet wall here, and that's that. So here's a little bit more flavor of what we're shooting for on our detailing. So eave detailing like this, like balcony detailing here and here, gate, wrought iron gate. Lighting would be a fixture like this, and some awning colors here. And then some colors that are based off of the El Pueblo Viejo color chart, trying to match those as close as we can. And then our proposed window would be an aluminum window with narrow sight lines and beveled muntins and beveled frame to try and mimic that steel look, steel appearance. These can be painted any color we'd like, so we'd be able to match wherever we end up on those. And then very quickly, you asked for some colored renderings. Unfortunately, the colors on the buildings don't show up that much as you're looking at it from the street, but here's a view down the proposed paseo. You see that the arched opening of the gate. Back here, it's open during the day. We're hopeful that there's a successful restaurant here on the ground floor with lots of activity that might spill out into the paseo. And then here we are a little bit further down the paseo. healthy landscape along the property line there. And then over on the Ortega side, maybe looking at something like this. And it's always hard to have landscape in these renderings because you want to give the somewhat realistic view of the landscaping, but then it ends up blocking the building for the most part. So that's the rendering. So I'll let Courtney jump into the landscape plans.
Okay, so similar to Kevin, I think since we were here a year ago, we've mostly just refined the design. We do have physical samples of our materials here, and then I can show you on this page as well.
I thought you
but-
meant like leaves from the plants.
We of the paving materials. I have a tree outside that you can look at. No, so as Kevin mentioned, you know, the kind of crowning glory for us on this project is the Paseo, and we're very excited to be bringing a new Paseo to the downtown core and the EPV. And yeah, as you can see here, we're hoping, as Kevin said, to activate, you know, this front area via the restaurant and have some spillover with seating and, you know, bike parking and other things. As you move towards the hotel entry, we have a little palm court here. We'll have a beautiful fountain there. And as you move further in, it gets a little bit more intimate. And along the whole length of the property line here, we still have our alley of trees. So we're also, you know, excited to be working on something that has ground floor, you know, in the ground planting. So much of our work, infill work, has been, you know, podium structures. So that'll really help, you know, the plantings here, you know, mature and grow in nicely. I was walking along the Paseo that we did behind the Arlington Theater today by my office, and everything looked really healthy. And this is going to have a very similar feel, I would say, with the type of pavers that we're using and the style of planting as well. And then moving along through, we have our street trees here. And, you know, we're proposing an evergreen, probably an olive tree here, and then also at the other side over here. And then these are the two existing street trees on State Street. Those will remain in place. Some inspiration imagery, and then, gosh, these images don't do the materials justice, so we can pull up the actual samples that we have. Jinhua from my office has those here. One of the things that we've chosen is this tile that is meant to look like terracotta. So that's from a local supplier, and we're excited to be using that. And then we also have permeable pavers throughout. So that is the ground floor. And then we have some upper levels here, which again haven't changed much since we were here the last time. So this is just a little, you know, kind of living room, waiting area space next to the elevator. We'll have hopefully a little tile feature here on the wall and raised planter in the middle. Some inspiration there. And then on the roof level, we have our outdoor dining here set back, you know, behind the parapet and roof there, and I can zoom in a little bit more. And then, you know, raised planters here, a little outdoor lounge area, and another kind of feature wall, either with a fountain or probably a decorative vine treatment or something similar to that. And let's see if we have anything else. A green roof on the upper floor. So we like live roof. That's been a good product for us on other projects. And, you know, the modules are delivered fully grown, and you just set them in place, and it's instantly doing its job. So that's what we're proposing here. And I think, unless there's anything else, that concludes our presentation with 35 seconds.
35 seconds to go.
We do have some details if the board would like to see.
Oh, yeah, actually, can you grab, we'll give you a little more time. Can you grab the samples as well? And then, yeah, if you can maybe quickly run us through your details, and we can circle back for any of them that we want. Do you want to flip through the architecture details as we get those out? And we can pass the materials around.
At the window?
Well,
Yeah.
do we
Maybe
want to
we can
show it
just
on
hand them
TV?
down. Yeah.
Workout.
So this is the actual paver product,
Okay,
permeable with the gravel joints.
right.
The big guy that you're passing around is the color
Okay.
that we'll be using on the Paseo. The color of this one is what we're using at the garage entry on Ortega.
Yeah, just chew it up.
And we,
So this is the color,
It's permeable.
that's the shape.
we have two colors, the one in your hands, and this is the other one, linen. These are both going in the Paseo.
And these would also be that shape, or what?
And they'll be that shape and size.
Linen.
And then the.
See it?
The alternate material is this rock mill terracotta tile. And that'll go in the restaurant and I think at the hotel entry as well.
Looks red on the city TV.
Yeah.
This, I think, I need to pull up the plan. I think this is our raised planters on the upper floors. And it's just a matte bronze material. I'm not sure why we have concrete, but I can find it after your details.
All right. You want to zip through the details quickly?
Sure. So some typical details that we're developing. We have our rafter tail, exposed rafter tail detail, kind of typical thing with as a little step detail at the doors and windows. We have our sculpted cornice detail here. And these are typical door and window details that we're starting to develop. All of these will, of course, be bullnose. We don't have any square edges. And so just showing that step back. The idea, of course, is to get those windows recessed as far as possible. Here's a curved version. And these are scattered throughout. We have our kind of battered sill detail here, and then a little more pronounced plaster bump out there. And kind of a typical leader head and downspout detail. And then here's a balcony detail. And then here's our wood version there. And I'm not sure why, these are all supposed to be the same size. I'm not sure why these two are short. There it is in section. So that's hopefully to show you our intent on the remaining detailing, and we're hopeful that the board feels this project is ready for project design approval today.
All right, thank you. All right, so now we'll go to public comment. Anyone in the room wishing to comment on this project? All right, seeing none?
We did not receive any written correspondence for this item. Thank you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, so back to the commission for questions, and we'll move things along.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Were there awnings mentioned?
Yeah, and
Okay,
details.
all right, thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Butler?
Mr. Chair, so I sort of like the idea, well, I'll save comments for later. You've got 3 colors, did I get it right, on the exterior? I think it was on the Ortega Street.
3 to 4, 3
Three to
major.
4. Are there any other buildings on the street that have that most I don't want to say orange, but I mean the most,
Can you go to the color
yeah,
elevations? real fast?
that
Sorry.
one right
This
there.
guy?
Is there anything similar to that?
Peachy?
It's sort of it's based off of one of the colors in the guidelines.
Okay, yeah.
And honestly, one of my favorite buildings, we were fortunate to work on a Plunkett building at the corner of Ortega and Anacapa with a round tower.
Oh, right.
It's, half a block away. Used to be pink.
Yeah.
And that was sort of beloved by some and not by others. But I liked it because it was so different. And this is, trying to do something like that, have some difference within this Paseo. That it's slightly hidden away, but some sort of little pop of color within that area.
I think there were also some at Haley and State.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Oh, sure, the
Miami Vice.
restaurant on the corner.
Oh, right.
Whatever.
The former something's fishy.
Yeah. Okay. Other questions? No. All right. Okay, let's roll into comments. So this is for,
Wait,
oh,
one
question? Yeah, Commissioner.
Did you, on the paving, did you think about the possibility of doing brick, like what's on the State Street sidewalks? Did you think about possibly matching that and bringing that through to be kind of a continuation of the Paseo system and all of that? Was that something that you thought about or not?
We did, I don't have this on. We did, I think initially, when we did the design for this Paseo, and I don't remember why we moved away from it, honestly.
Was it a permeability thing?
It's a permeability issue.
It might have been the permeability issue.
Right.
And, we did have HydroFlow spec'd on this project, as we've used on many of our projects, but we're having some failure issues with that. And so we're now having to use the gravel joint pavers, which is not my favorite. But I think I like that it's different, but it's similar to what we did behind the Arlington, and I like how that turned out as well.
And does this material come in a red brick color?
I'm not sure. This is Belgard is the manufacturer, and I'm not sure what their red brick looks like. With HydroFlow, we would do a custom color to make it look not so orangey. But I'm not sure with Belgard what the options are. We'd have to look into it. Mm-hmm.
All right, any other questions? All right, let's dive into comments. And so it's before us for project design approval and not final approval. I think, and considering that it's, this action may be appealed as well, the city council, as part of the other appealing things, I think while we might want to cover at least some of the nitty-gritty stuff to help give them direction for going forward for design approval or final approval, I don't think we need to get into absolutely everything, but let's try to hit on some major ones and then go from there, because it looks like you're well on your way detail-wise, so you're really getting into the weeds now. So, anyways,
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Commissioner
could
Drury.
you explain the appeal and why it's going to the city council?
So, go ahead.
Commissioner Jury and Chair,
Yeah,
I'm
Grumbine.
your last.
Yeah.
Grumbine, I apologize. Yes, the project went to Planning Commission for a development plan, which was what was required for the increase in commercial square footage. They're doing a lot merger, so most of the buildings that are part of the lot merger will be staying the same. However, because no square footage has been added to those buildings since the impetus of the growth management program, they each qualify for 3,000 square feet. So all that square footage that would normally be on those properties will be going to this project. And so it went to Planning Commission, the Planning Commission approved it, and 2 appellants appealed it to the City Council. Their concern was mostly, they felt that instead of housing, that it didn't comply with sound community planning. They thought that most appellants stated in their letters that they felt that housing would be better here.
All right, perfect, thank you.
All right. And they may not appeal our thing, but because it's going there, might as well be thinking about it in those terms as well. Okay, and so let's go, we're staying in questions. Any other questions? Okay. Oh, and so then going into comments, let's also, actually, I do have one more question, I just realized. This is the elevation. So what happens in that Gothic arch as it goes into the second story? Is that a two-story space, or what happens there?
Yes, so that's the hotel lobby and part of the restaurant as well.
Okay.
So that floor height, you can see FF3 here, continues all the way across here. So you have this kind of
Got it.
double.
It's a double story. Yep. Okay, great. Okay, so now let's roll into comments. Who wants to kick us off?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Could you show us the colors of the awnings, please?
So these two, we have scarlet and canvas sea salt, which probably don't look anything like that on the screen.
Canvas sea salt.
Canvas,
Kinda like
canvas sea salt.
Yes. Thank you. I think that the Heritage Scarlet is fine, but the sea salt seems to be rather, what's the word, unprepossessing. It doesn't have a lot of presence to it. I think you could sort of upgrade that. It's a very retiring pastel. I think it could be maybe jacked up a little bit. Thank you.
The picture up on the screen.
It's really like that?
It's more
That's-
like that.
Yeah, that's the intent. I'm not sure when we scan this color why it's, yeah. So, this one.
Maybe next time we could see samples? Yeah.
That's what's on the screen.
Yeah, okay, or, yeah, sample colors would be good. Okay,
Chair Grumby?
yes, Commissioner Ansberg.
Well, I really support this project. I've really liked it since the very beginning, and I think you've done a spectacular job. I'm just going to say in big picture, maybe too much time has passed, and you've had a lot of time to think about different things and get into a lot of different details. I think that I would suggest that you have so much power in the architecture itself. It feels to me like there's just too many things going on. I would rather see the whole thing be all white. I'm not really feeling it with these various colors. If you wanted to have like a splash line at the base, which I see you have on the far right here, maybe that could be this this pinkish color if you wanted to do something like that. But I feel like it's taking away. You have just way too many elements at this point. You've got several different types of railings, different colors of awnings, and I just think that you already had it before. The power of it, as I say, is already there. So I think it could just be simplified back and just go with the architecture and the spatial relationships that you've created. I also feel that way about the paving, that it's just too many different types of paving, and you already have so many great things going on with the wrought iron gates. I like how you solved that problem of putting the gate, further back. And I would also like to see the railing on State Street be more, less transparent, so that when you're up there on that upper balcony, you're not quite so visible from below. But I guess just to summarize, just, simplify it back and just go with the white and, pick your palette and just go with it throughout the whole project, and I think it would be more powerful that way.
Mr.
All right,
Chair.
Commissioner Drury.
I'm going to issue a rebuttal to my fellow commissioner.
What do you know about color, Commissioner Drury?
Not much, obviously. I think the idea of those pastel palette, that pastel palette is really excellent. And I think that all you really have to do is pick where the shadow falls, the bulk of the day, and put various colors in the shadows and see how that works. I mean, you could just do that just with a roller. But I think that's a really good idea, and I like the idea of the elevation on State Street having multiple colors. I think it's time for just a step away from the antique white. I appreciate the colors very much.
All right, so, anyone want to say anything about
Mr. Chair.
things other than color?
Yeah, I asked the question about the color earlier. I like the color, and I would support that, let's put some more color. I just wonder, using it with the awnings sort of steals from the awnings a little bit. So maybe paint some other part of it that color instead of the wall where the awnings are. I don't know, it's just, you have this, it draws a lot of attention to that section, which is great, but it also, the color sort of steals from the value of the awnings. But I would, again, rebut my dear friend. I actually think that getting away from this, I had to paint some of these buildings when I was in graduate school. Practically went blind from the white reflection off the darn building. So I think that would be, you can study that. How's that?
That's what I put study. All right. All right, who wants to jump in on other things aside from color? Anything? For the sake of time, I'll jump in, and we can always add to this. But there's sort of a series of also details and things to study and continue to study as you're developing them that I wanted to hit on, just so that you have a list, so that as you're going for final and developing it more, then you can be working on these. The wood balcony here is a good starting point, but you have a detail of it. The 3-bay, yeah, perfect. So the sort of floor joists, corbels that are sticking out, they're too skinny, whatever size they are. You have a nice big beefy big corbels, and then those little guys in between need to be wider and more. And you can go lower, or you can go not as tall, but they look like they're almost 2 bys or maybe 3 bys in proportion to the other big beefy corbels, and I think they look wimpy. And then the profile for at the top where you have your beam or your posts go up, and then there's a bracket. Those study and get some specific examples that's a little bit miniaturized, and it needs to get thinner as it goes out. So just study those additionally in those profiles.
And Mr. Chair, I would add to that bracket comment that they seem to be too wide. They're looks like they're 3.5 feet wide.
Yeah,
They
like they're
should
trying
be
to
about
span
half
a
that size.
giant span. Yeah, so they can tuck them in, make them, they don't need to stick out as far. That's a good point. Okay, and then if you let's go through your detail spots, because I think that there's some refinements there. Yeah, okay, so for this one, just rafter tail, it gets too thin at the end there. So I think your curve is good, but then it just thins out to like 1 inch or whatever. They would typically be a little beefier. And then if you scroll down, keep going, that one looks good, Yeah, keep going. Okay, actually go up one. So you're surrounded on the curved casement window on the right-hand side. I don't know what number that is.
6.
So detail 6. It seems like it's a rather large. I don't know if it's the scale of it or not, but maybe compared to the depth of wall and stuff, it seems like a rather large bullnose. Or so maybe just study that more, and then keep going. And then similarly for detail 2 at the bottom of that half circle seems a little bit overly exaggerated.
It's kind of one of the building details. It's continuing.
Oh, it goes all the way through. Okay, great. Okay, that's better. Okay. And ignore that then. Because I was just looking at that. Yeah. All right.
Just to follow up on detail number 6, if you don't mind. Wouldn't that bullnose strike off of the sill or the head and not
Rather than having that
create
face.
that? Well,
Yeah.
wouldn't it just come out and
Some-
instead of come out and drop and do? It seems like it would just
Yeah.
come right out of the sill or the head
You
and
mean just come straight out and then
exactly
roll?
and,
Yeah.
and make it.
And then that might make it okay for being of a larger size too. Okay. And when you're ready, we can go to the next one. And yeah, keep going. Okay, so here, see the column there, the column and the capital are, that proportion needs to be studied. The capital's too wide, yeah, tuck it way in, keep it, especially when you have those windows like that, it's gonna be dying against the windows, so, yeah, keep it really tucked in tight, and in proportion to the width of the column or the pier between the walls, between. All right, and then the next one. So this one, and we don't need to go to the rendering, but in the rendering, you can see it more. It's this is the front balcony, right? Of front State Street balcony?
No, this
Oh,
is
okay.
along with Paseo.
Okay, so maybe it was on the State Street balcony more so, but we can just mention it for now. It seemed like it was a really large cantilever and the supports were like the same as these, which are pretty spindly, the wrought iron bars. So maybe they need to be beefed up. You can see it in the courthouse tower where they triple size the wrought iron just so it looks good from below looking up and seeing a wrought iron railing, even though it's super high and super thick. But just needs to express, I think, a little bit stronger. And then your awning, your sample awning that you had your image of, it has it correct where,
Yeah,
exactly. So fix that awning detail to hang from the,
This is the
yeah,
intent.
exactly.
And that bracket detail, shouldn't it have some kind of an arc to it, not just a straight line?
Which one?
The bracket underneath the balcony.
Yeah, I mean, I think that should be, continue to be
awfully
studied. Yeah, awfully harsh.
angular.
Yeah, yeah. And there might be something infill, or you might curve, or you might
Yeah.
add
A little poetry.
beef or not, yeah. Just add poetry, there we go.
And some
Okay.
charm.
And a sprinkle of charm. All right, let's go to the next.
Covered that one. This is just the section of the.
Yeah, so this corbel looks a little over extreme, and maybe it needs to get more refinement. So study the size of that. I mean, it looks like it's holding up a 3-story building above, because it's so beefy. So look at refining it and making it smaller.
But on the other hand, if it's actually 3 elements, there's no line between the 3 wood pieces. So if it's a layer of 3 pieces,
Yeah.
it makes sense, but there's no line it just looks
Oh,
like
yeah.
one piece.
Draw it in the way that actually is the wood dividers that would be as
Because I
3
think that
beams.
brings some sense to why it is that way.
It does, but not the size of it, because it's only holding up a little balcony. Like it's beefed to the point where it could hold a.
I understand.
Yeah.
I mean, we have the same thing at the courthouse. These huge
And is it only holding?
corbels, and it's holding up like nothing.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, don't look at the courthouse.
That's where the
Yeah.
poetry is, right? Yeah.
All right. And then, there's another, it's on your details, but it's on your elevations. There's your column, your corner column down there in the bottom. Yeah, that guy. If you could zoom in, not to mention, reference the courthouse too much, but the corner column on the courthouse is fantastic in the expressiveness of a huge load coming down and squishing it. This is a little spindly, so either beef up the column or do something. Yeah, so study that corner, and then also make your arch either a true arch or a real segment. Go one way or the other. That one's like minorly segmented, but it's not. Yeah, so you might need to beef it up, and then also make sure that your capital gets out past the wall a decent amount, because it really should align up with the thickness of your neck. The thickness of your neck of your column should be the thickness of your wall above if it's springing from it. So you might just be able to enlarge it and get it to work. But just study some examples, and then should be some.
And I think what the suggestion you made about the courthouse column, what makes that work is the spring line for the column is lower than the opposite string line at the wall. So it's
Yeah.
a short, staunchy.
Yeah, and with like a broken wing.
Yeah.
And that has poetry, like a dying bird.
Too
All right.
much sugar.
Yeah, exactly.
Trademark all the things.
All right, so I think, and then, so I don't know how many of those comments were recorded, or if any. Probably not. So you're waiting for the summary. Okay, so any other comments to add, and then I'll try to summarize. Okay, so as we go through, we might have to add or subtract from some of the comments, but we'll just work our way through. So in general, the commission is very supportive of the project. It's an excellent design and will be a great addition to Santa Barbara. And we are especially supportive of the Paseo design aspect that is now being a great addition to the city. And that being said, to continue the design, we would like you to study the following elements, including the second floor. Well, maybe we'll just go through the detail sheets first, and then we'll go. Okay, so on detail sheet A 8.17, the corbels above the posts, to restudy those, and as well as the corbels supporting the balcony, to thicken them and to study their profiles, as well as
That would be the minor corbels.
the minor corbels, and then on the major corbels to study their overall depth and profiles, with the suggestion to make them lighter. Okay, detail A 8.16, to study the wrought iron support, to beef it up and or look at different shapes of support. The awning, and to make the awning design match the precedent awning shown on the other pages. The detail A 8.15, to study the capital of the column between the arched windows and to minimize it width-wise, to minimize it and so that it doesn't hit the windows as much. Let's see, those details I think were in general good, Oh yeah, so detail 6 on A 8.13, to restudy the quarter round with the suggestion to minimize the size and or integrate it into the head and jamb of the window, going back to the window. And then, let's see, that detail 1 on A 8.10, to thicken the end of the rafter tail profile. All right, and then other considerations were the, so then on, let's see.
Column on that one.
Yeah, where's the elevation with the corner condition column? Okay, so on A 3.21, the Ortega Street elevation, to study the corner column condition with the suggestion to thicken the column and adjust the arch so that it reads strong in a stronger manner. All right, and then any other details before we get into color and materials? Okay, so then.
The railing at State Street.
Oh yeah, let's go to the railing at State Street. Okay. Oh yes, so to study the railing on the front balcony at State Street with the suggestion of looking at a more screened or solid design for more privacy and from the street.
And you also mentioned about the thickening.
Oh yeah, and for the brackets supports of that balcony to either to increase the supports in some way. And then we can go into colors. So some of the commission feels that there's too many colors, and so to simplify the number, while others are supportive of the wide range of color. So we're just gonna leave it at that. So good luck with that.
Would it be possible to get,
All right.
at least
Okay,
a
so-
flavor of which way?
Okay, so, what's that? What's that?
Make his own decision.
Yeah, all right, just,
Haven't we?
all right. So, I think there's a mix, and my guess is that you're probably not gonna get people voting against things based on one, those things or another, but you might. Yeah, might be your chance, because you can't.
I'll have an opinion next time.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and then another comment was made, and I agree with this one as well, and if others don't agree, then speak up. But to simplify the paving, so whether that's just removing one type or connecting with border or some way of simplifying the paving would be appreciated. But that the colors and the palette being proposed are nice, but a simplification in some way. Okay, anything else that I'm missing here?
Mr. Chair.
Color samples of the awnings?
Oh, yeah, the awning green to be more like the precedent reference photo as opposed to what the scan of it was.
And bring
And to bring samples of the awnings as you go forward. All right, any other comments to add to that?
Just one other kind of question for the group, how people feel about the different window colors. I would rather see them be all, again, as I said, more simplified, because I feel like there's so much going on already that you don't really need to get into a lot of different colors, but that's just my opinion. I wonder what the rest of you feel.
So could you scroll up? I didn't weigh in on the colors because there was plenty of opinions. One of the arguments I would say in general is even though this is one project, it's trying to break things up, and I think in a reasonable way, as if they were separate buildings and separate projects, even though it's all connected, which I think is a reasonable approach. You could go approach it that way, or you could try to unify the whole thing. The other renderings, I'm curious as to, in Paseos, when they're slicing into the block, it could be that you try to make the whole thing read together, in which case things like the windows and the awnings and the color and all those things would want to read, holistically. I guess in my mind, the pros and cons is if you want to feel like all one hotel, there might be more case for making fewer of all the colors and all the different windows and doors. At the same time, if you want to make it feel like an interesting city block, there's more argument for having each building, each mass have sort of its language of windows and awnings and color, because it was a different owner that controlled it. That's where I can go either way with it, but that's kind of the reasoning of.
It's also it's 66 rooms, it's a big building, so I think the more you can break it up reasonably, kind of takes away from its scale, which in a good way, I mean. So it's not as,
I like the latter approach. I'm okay with the color in each building having their own expression.
So we have a difference of opinion.
Yeah, no, I think, and I think there's, from my point of view, I think there's you can find great examples that do it both ways. So that go one way or the other. So I think it's up to the applicant to see what you can, who you can get on board with. But I don't think the fact that we're talking about colors and window types or whatever treatments means that you're in a good spot. So, and as we go into final, that's materials and colors and all those things need to be. That's where I think the real decision gets finalized. So,
And we can look at the courthouse as an example of a building that's all one and has many details, but all of them are consistent to each other. There's one palette, so that would be an example. And I would also argue that, in my my view, the white wall with the, is just the most beautiful thing with the landscape because it creates such a great backdrop for the shadows and that. But enough said.
Yeah, but that'll be continued conversation. So it's sounding like with those comments, and then haven't heard anything that would imply that we're going to go for a project design approval on this. Is everyone feeling comfortable with that? With those comments?
It's good for design approval.
Okay. Everyone good with that? Okay, so who wants to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I know I've got to go through the litany of things, but
Oh.
You're up to it.
I'll make a motion that the project be deemed project design approved with the comments that the chair just enumerated and the following compatibility findings. That it's consistent with our design guidelines, that it is compatible with the character of the city and the neighborhood, that its size, mass, bulk, height, and scale are appropriately designed, that it is sensitive to adjacent landmarks or historic resources should they exist, that public views of the ocean and mountains are not impacted, and that it has the appropriate open space and landscaping requirements.
I'll second that.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Jordan, I heard was for the second. Sorry, Commissioner Drury. Okay, under discussion, any discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll take roll call vote. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Jury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Abstain?
Commissioner McClure,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Abstain.
Chair
Pardon?
Grumbine,
Oh, okay, can we do a redo on Commissioner McClure?
Commissioner McClure,
Abstain.
and Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
Motion passes.
All right, thank you. And there's a 10-day appeal period to City Council, and there's already a date, so you might as well jump on board if you're out there. All right,
Thank you very much.
all right.
Good luck with that.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, so for the next item, I need to step down.
But you
Sorry,
will
firms.
return for the final one.
But I will return. Oh,
Okay,
yes.
good.
That's what Elvis said.
Yeah. Is Elvis in the building?
Did he return?
Or was that the governor?
The governor.
One way.
Mr. Hull, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we'll have you. You and your project. Are we ready? Okay. Next item on the agenda is item 5, 1630 Paterna Road. This is listed on the Historic Resources Inventory, constructed in 1915 in the Hillside Design District. It's adjacent to a designated structure of merit. And it's in a neighborhood full of historic resources. This is a proposal to construct a 700-square-foot two-story addition to the east elevation of an existing two-story accessory structure, garage with guest unit above. The site is currently developed with a two-story residence, circular driveway, landscape, and hardscape. The accessory structure is non-conforming to the northern or rear interior setback. An as-built outdoor fireplace and countertop encroaches into the eastern interior setback. Zoning modifications to allow the setback encroachments were approved by the staff hearing officer on October 4th of this year. Project design approval and final approval are requested. Project compatibility findings and major alterations findings are required. Project was last reviewed on July 19th of this year. So if you could introduce yourselves and give your presentation, please. Does staff have any comments?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have too many comments for you, but
You're limited to 3.
I think you covered the bulk of it. As you noted, the requested modifications have been approved. So that allows us to move forward today. We are requesting both project design approval and final approval. The last time the project was before you, it received positive comments. So I think that's all I have to mention.
Very
Thank you.
good. Thank you.
See you, by the way.
Yeah. Stranger. Okay.
All right, I'm Bill Hull from Harrison Design. Omar Flores from Horizon Design.
All right, and thank you, Vice Chair and Commission. On behalf of David and Julia Carver, for being able to hear our project today. As Barbara mentioned, last time we were before you was for conceptual review, and we received positive feedback and support for the modifications which the staff hearing officer granted us, so we appreciated that. Today we're seeking project design approval and final approval. So some of the previous comments, the first one had been project is tastefully done, sensitive to the main
Let me
building.
interrupt for a sec. Should we read the minutes from the last meeting?
I was going to
Sure,
do that.
that'd be helpful.
Oh, okay.
You can do that.
Okay. So it was continued to the staff hearing officer for return to the full commission with the following comments. Number one, the project is tastefully done and sensitive to the main building. Number two, study adding a corbel detail element to the stairway. Number three, the commission supports the modifications requested. The location of the attachment is sensitive to the resource, and the neighbor's testimony is also persuasive. Number four, the commissioner accepts the memo to Secretary of Interior Standards prepared by the architectural historian. The action was motioned by Ensberg, second by Uli, Grumbine absent, abstained or whatever he did, but the motion carried. Yeah, Elvis left the building. Okay. So proceed.
All right, okay. Well, we appreciated the first comment, and hopefully we've kept it as a tasteful, and as we've developed it. The second comment, I believe, was from Commissioner Uli, and we did incorporate that corbel into our design, and henceforth shall be known as the Corbuli, in internal reference. Yeah, not to be confused with the Le Corbu or any such things like that.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, comments 3 and 4 were mostly for your support of the project, so we appreciated those. So we'll go ahead and flip through our drawings and show you what we've added for project design and hopefully final approval. So, yeah, just as a refresher here on the photo page, if we go to L, let's start at the bottom there. So from the public street, this is the view up the driveway. You can see part of the main house on the left there. The existing guest house with garage below is straight ahead up the driveway. And then, yeah, if you go to D, D shows a picture of that guest house. So we'll be removing that porch, and the addition will go next to it on the right. And then just a photo to the left there, go to C, is the main house looking down from the guest house there. So we go to the next. Yeah, some neighborhood photos. So here's our site plan. You can see the main house and then the guest house above with our addition off to the side, which we kept in line with the existing guest house, which was part of the reason we were able to get the modification, because we kept it respecting the historic resource next to it and not coming closer and more prominent to the public right away. Also, the neighbor appreciated us locating it in that location because it pushed it further into the hill, so it obstructed their view less. So we had good neighbor support, which definitely helped us. So next. So we developed civil plans, pretty minor, just addressing some of the drainage issues kind of coming down from the hillside there. Keep going. And then, yeah, demolition, just removing the existing porch off to the side. So here we are at the floor plans. So the the second floor plan, you can see the exterior stair coming up on the right-hand side to a covered patio where you access the added bedroom, and then
I want to see the Corbuli.
off to the, well, we'll get there, off to the left there. And then, go back to the, okay. And then, so on the ground floor, you've got the exercise room next to the garage added there. So then, next page, we had to draw up some elevations of the existing fireplace for the modification. And then the next page is the elevations. So, yeah, east elevation there, top left. So you can see we've developed the CAD plans further. We've been studying all the wrought iron details, the porch details, door and window, roof. We'll get to showing some of those. You can see the corbuli right underneath the stair there. Yeah, just go up. Yeah, right here. Yeah. Yeah, right underneath the stair there, and then we'll see it in the profile next to it. We kept it relatively simple. The main house and guest house currently are pretty restrained in the profiles there, so we tried to respect that. And then, yeah, we developed the wrought iron design, which we have some details on, studying kind of the shadow as we turn the pickets and everything, and getting some nice light bouncing around in there. So if you go down to the south elevation. Okay, so we studied the porch detail, got structural involved, so we really sized all the members appropriately and then appropriately designed with all the profiles. Yeah, it's going to be a stained wood posts and brackets there with the black wrought iron. The roof tiles, mission tile, two-piece to match the main house, and windows and doors painted wood to match the main house and guest house. Yeah, gutters and downspouts are matching the main house. And yeah, we'll go next page. Drew some sections through. Next page. So we developed our roof details, our eave details, some of the wrought iron details, pickets, and then we also the porch and balcony. And you can see there in the bottom left the corbuli profile. There was just a simple quarter round.
Which detail is that?
That's number 4 there in the corner. Just kept it a simple quarter round support there underneath the landing. So go to the next page. Yep, and then we further developed door and window details, and then schedule, etc. Included the renderings that you saw last time, just for a little bit more flavor of the design. And then we just have some supporting plans, MEP, and then we've got our light spec, which is similar to one on the main house, but a little bit more refined, and the owner's actually thinking about using it on the main house as well. It'll have the etched glass, and then, yeah, mechanical, and then we've got all our structural pages developed, and yeah, that's pretty much where we are. So, thank you.
Okay. If that concludes your presentation, we'll open it to public comment.
Thank you, Vice Chair House. I do have one speaker slip for Fred Sweeney. If you, oh, sorry, wrong item. My mistake. I don't have any speaker slips for this
Mr.
item. If you
Sweeney.
do wish to speak on this item, you can fill out a speaker slip by the back door. I'm not seeing any movement. We also did not receive any written correspondence for this item, so I'll turn it back over to you, Vice Chair House.
Thank you. I'll close public comment and open it to questions from the commission. Any questions? Roll into comments. Comments?
I think it's a terrific project.
Love it.
Your sepia drawings remind me of the Craig Osborne kind of flavor of old drawings from, the old world when we used to draw things by hand.
Huh, we did? Huh.
Yeah.
Is that what you had in mind for Corbel?
It works because it feels like it supports something now. It's just not hanging there in the air.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Any other comments? Would somebody like to make a motion for project design approval? And final approval?
I'll move project design approval and final approval of 1630 Patina Road. Yeah, thank you. Road.
Second.
Okay.
Do I have to go
Motion
through
by
that litany?
Boulay.
There you go. I want to go through the litany now. That it's consistent with our design guidelines. It is compatible with the architectural character of the city and the neighborhood. The project is appropriately sized, scaled, bulk, height, and scale. It's sensitive to itself, being a historic resource.
Self-sensitive.
Public views of ocean and mountains are not impacted, and has the appropriate use of open space and landscaping.
All right.
The exterior alterations are being made to this building to restore it or enhance its appearance. Exterior alterations are consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards.
Is this
Okay.
for final approval as well?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Vice Chair House. I'll proceed with roll call vote. Commissioner Dordan,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Ensberg,
Yes.
Commissioner Butler,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik,
Yes.
Commissioner McClure,
Here, yes.
Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Vice Chair House.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Vice Chair, could you briefly announce the appeal period for this item?
There is a 10-day appeal period to appeal this approval to City Council.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Tick-tock, tick-tock. And let's get Elvis back in the room. Or send in the clowns. Or send in the clowns.
Oh, send in the clowns, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good. Thank you very much.
All right.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
All right.
They stole it.
Oh, they stole it. Okay, got it. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to leave now.
Okay, sounds good.
So you
We're
think.
just getting going.
Just as the party's really getting to life, coming to life. Okay.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Commissioner Drury.
Make sure to wear a Christmas sweater.
Ooh,
You know I will.
the ugliest one you got. All right, we're on to item 6. This is a continued item for project design approval and final approval. This is the city right-of-way, Missions and State Street, located partially in EPV District Part 1 and designated a city landmark. The State Street Parkway was designed in 1917 by A.B. Cook. Proposal to construct a new lighting corridor along State Street between Mitchell-Traina Street to just north of Mission Street and Mission Street between Chino Street and Anacapa Street, and removal of a portion of the median at the intersection of Mission Street and State Street for a left turn lane. Project design approval and final approval are requested. Project compatibility findings and minor alteration findings are required. Project was last reviewed on November 8th, 2023. All right, so welcome. Do we have any comments by staff?
No comments from staff at this time?
All right, and then we can go to the motion, and then we will go to you for your presentation. Okay.
Introductions.
Oh, introductions and presentation. Yeah, if you would introduce yourself.
Hi, yes. Erica Madrigal with the City of Santa Barbara Public Works.
Badad Garagosli, City of Santa Barbara Public Works.
Okay, thank you. All right, so the motion was to continue indefinitely with the following comments. Provide a photometric plot of the lighting. 2, provide further details on the plans, dimensions, and the modification to the State Street median at Mission. 3, recommendation that the commission surveys relevant areas of the city to evaluate what existing conditions are in terms of light fixture and spacing and placement. The motion was by Uli, the second was by Lenvik, 6-0-0, Drury, Grumbine, and McClure were absent. The motion carried. And then for the record, I did watch the video, so I will be participating. And I don't know if Drury's gone, so that's probably why I skipped out.
Yeah.
All right, so McClure, if you would just do questions. Okay. All right, so with that, you'll have 15 minutes, but you don't have to take the whole time.
Okay, I'll make it sweet, short and sweet.
Oh, and if you can also just make sure to address the comments that were up there and anything else that's new as well.
Yes, so I'll start off with going through the locations of the scope of the project. So to reiterate, the project is on Mission Street from Chino to Anacapa and on State Street from just north of Mission Street to Mitchell-Traina. We did get comments from last time that there weren't enough notifications, so we had staff notify residents with a mailer, as well as posting out sandwich boards about the upcoming project and this hearing. So if we zoom in here, this is the intersection of State and Mission. We went ahead and added more dimensions to the median removal as proposed in the historic structures report and accepted. We'll be removing 20 feet of the State Street median and replacing the existing shape of the curb. It's currently a 6-foot radius. Just for your information, it's 50 foot back from the crosswalk. We'll be adding a left turn lane. So these are the markings of the left turn lane. This is a white skip mark with a stop bar. As far as the tree goes, the tree is about, I think, 20 feet from where the new radius is. So we had a call out to have no ground disturbance within 10 feet of the Pindo Palm, as well as protecting the vegetation that's there. You can see that here. This is kind of a rendering of the before and after. So currently it looks like this with the vegetation kind of pushed back. We'll be able to make sure that the rosemary plant is protected in place. This light on State Street is the most northern light. We had questions about that last time. What was the extent of the project? So this light right here is just 50 feet north of State at Mission. So that's the last light of the project. This is a typical application for each of the intersections. We'll be going and updating the currently slimline style lights along State Street and turning them into Domus style, as well as adding 2 additional lights on the side streets of the signalized intersections. And then if I can zoom in a little bit more, this is the type of Domus style light we recently put in along Sola Street. So you can see one right here and one along here. And this is a better view on the side. They're concrete poles with Malaga green Domus fixture. Yeah, that's it for this sheet. These are our city standards, so the 2 type of lights that are out there currently, the Domus style and the slimline style fixture. So these at the intersections will be turned into the Domus style. And then these are the 2 different type of poles. So along the mid blocks, we'll have the higher A-type poles, and at the intersections on the side streets will be the B-type poles. And then, as mentioned before, these are the layouts of the plans. Each intersection will have signalized intersection will have an additional 2 lights from what is already out there, and then we'll add an extra 2 lights per mid-block. So that's Valerio. There's
Are
currently
those pedestrian lights or are those the higher ones?
the higher ones. So
Okay.
these will be 30 feet, and then the side ones will be 20 feet.
Huh.
Yeah, so there's the existing lights out there. I keep scrolling. There's currently a light out here that's mid-block of the street, so we kind of wanted to relocate it so that there'll be continuously 2 lights per block. And then Arriaga Street has the teardrop style, so we're proposing to change them to Domus, but we can also leave them as is.
Say that again.
The Arriaga intersection has the teardrop style light, so we can either leave them or turn them into Domus for a more continuous lighting standard.
So that means you would leave the concrete pole and just replace the fixture that's on the pole?
Correct.
Yeah.
Are we asking questions right now?
No, we're not.
We're listening.
I interrupted. It's my fault.
Yeah, once you throw the first brick at the window.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then the rest of the plans are just the Mission Street lighting, which is slim lines, which is the standard for Mission Street. So I'll go to the extra item that you all asked for. So this is the photometric for the layout of the project. This is the Mission intersection, and you see that there are the two mid-block lights, and then each of the signalized intersections will have the additional offset lights.
May I ask a question?
And
Let's
lastly-
hold off. Let's, yeah.
All right.
let's-
Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
almost
now
done,
this
I
answers my
promise.
question.
We can go back to it too.
This answers my question.
Yeah, so this is a more zoomed-in layout of the lighting. The units of measure are a foot candle, so the most inner layer is a 1 foot candle, and then it dissipates. And yeah, so these are just extra, so you can view them side by side, the before and after of the median removal, the different types of teardrop, slimline, and dome style, and then the overall layout, as mentioned before, that had the before and after, just to show for continuity of converting everything to dome style. So that concludes my
Right.
presentation. So
All right,
if
thank
you have
you.
any questions, yeah.
All right, so now we'll go to public comment. Anyone wishing to comment on this item, please?
I do have 2 speaker slips. The
the
first one
podium.
is Fred Sweeney. If you can make your way to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Fred Sweeney, Mr. Chair and members of the board. You all recall there's a movie that some of us with a lot of gray hair recalled. The word was plastic. Last time it was photometric. Okay? So we won't need to go there. I just wanted to share that Pat Saley and I met with staff, went over things. It was basically more of a coaching session. To assure you that we've looked at it. I think we're completely satisfied with the direction. There's not a lot of poetry in curb cuts, but I think that's there. Pat would still like to find out if we could do the half curve with stone rather than concrete, but the whole thing was done in 1918 by Cook, and it was poured as concrete, so I'm going to look to Ms. Hernandez to deal with that one. But short of that, we're satisfied. And we did look at the lighting, and we did look at the photometrics, but we'll leave that up to you. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
you.
Sorry, go ahead. Up next, we have Mary Louise Days. If you can make your way to the podium, you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I assisted with the historical research on this center median and found it very interesting, especially when looking at the Park Commission minutes dating the planting and the type of planting. I really think it's a shame that the lower part of the median is being encroached upon and removed for a left turn lane. I hope it is not precedent setting and that due respect is shown to the neighborhood and the historic landmark. I think we could consider the suggestion that sandstone curbing be placed right at the new beginning of the piece as an indication of respect for the city landmark and to let it be known that this is a very special neighborhood and special feature. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, that's all the speaker slips I have, but we did receive written correspondence from Cindy Delster-Reiber, and I'll pass it back to you, Chair Grumbine.
All right, thank you. To the commission for questions. Questions regarding?
I no longer have any questions that got answered.
I don't have any questions.
I have a question. If you put that back up on the screen, and this is a big help, this really clarified a lot of stuff for us, really, or at least for me. The Arriaga, you mentioned Arriaga, you're putting two new Domus-style fixtures in at that intersection.
Yeah, the green dots.
Yeah, but you're keeping the teardrops. Is that what I see there?
Yes, we're keeping the teardrops, but are open to changing them to domus.
Okay, I understand that. I don't know why you wouldn't change them
Can I
out.
ask a question following your question? So what is the norm, is there a norm? And if so, what is it for when a major street crosses a minor street in terms of like State Street crossing these side streets, is there a general rule for which fixture wins? Or if you mix them, or if you, is there a standard, or is it kind of haphazard?
Our standard is typically in the EPV area, we use the Domus style fixtures. Outside of those areas, we use the slimline fixtures. The exception being primarily along Carrillo Street, where we have the Carrillo style standard, which is the teardrops that you see here. But outside of that, it's typically slimline fixtures, with the exception of the areas in EPB.
So when Arriaga has a teardrop along all of it, it's also one of the teardrop? Or is it just?
I don't think so.
I think that's the only teardrop along Arriaga, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay, so this is sort of an anomaly of something either left over or done a different way at a different time.
Mr. Chair, I'm confused by this because I understood that one option was to replace the teardrops with the domus there. But you're showing two new domus and you're showing the teardrops as remaining, is what it kind of looks like.
So we had that in order to get your feedback.
Okay, so if we wanted domus consistency, you would remove the teardrops and put the domus on the existing poles?
Yes.
Okay.
See, this is a test.
Yeah.
And
Paying attention?
we're paying attention, and they're giving up something, you see? And then we're happy because of that.
Yeah.
Okay?
But say it as a question instead of a statement.
Well, yeah.
Are we?
Are we?
Are we giving up something?
So the other question I have then is, when you show two fixtures, like on the east side of State at Arriaga or at Mitchell Carina, you show two fixtures. Are there two separate poles? So one is hanging out this way and one's hanging out that way?
Yes, they're two separate poles.
And because we're such a small scale here, you can't show them?
They're
Okay.
basically
That's
on
pretty
top of
good.
each
No, I
other.
think this is a good deal, and I certainly would like to see those at Arriaga Street being converted to domus, but, if you were to argue hard and arm wrestle me on it, I'm not going to lose sleep over it.
Question mark?
Lose sleep over what? Losing the teardrops?
You're losing the arm wrestle.
Losing the arm wrestle. No, this is really good. I mean, you answered a lot of questions with that, yeah.
Okay, but you're really, aren't you an only question person?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair,
All right, Commissioner Gordon.
question about the turn lane. Why do we need a left turn lane at that intersection?
So as a part of the safety lighting project, we thought of it as a more proactive way we saw that it was difficult for people to make that turn lane with the visibility that there currently is. So in order to have that turn lane, that would provide for more visibility and.
Right, I understand that, and that was demonstrated at the first presentation of this. But my question is, why do we need a left turn lane southbound on State at that intersection? I understand the issue about the existing left turn situation of visibility, but my question is, why do we even need a left turn lane there?
Thank you for that question.
Can you actually go to do you have the plan
Thank-
that shows it?
Yeah, let me zoom in.
We don't have I don't know if we have the drawing this time, but visibility is really the driving factor for that movement. If you currently do it from the through lane.
I understand that. I understand that. But my question is, why do we even need a left turn lane? If we need a left turn lane, then we have to make sure it's a safe left turn lane. But why do we need a left turn lane?
Why
Is
do
my
we need
question.
to allow people to turn left at that intersection? is what
Correct.
you're saying? Okay.
Because Sola and Santa Barbara was recently changed, so you changed the ability of people to turn. Gillespie and Valerio, Mission and Gillespie, those are three cases of intersections in the grid where the city has recently said, change the ability to make left or right turns. So why at this intersection do we need a left turn lane? Southbound.
Sure, yeah. We try not to impact circulation unless we feel like we need to. In this case, we don't want to prohibit those left turns there. There are people there doing it now. We just want to make sure that they can do it safely.
There were people turning left at Sola and Santa Barbara.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a separate project to kind of lower traffic volumes on
right.
Sola Street for a bicycle boulevard. We don't have that configuration. on
Let's
Mission.
get it at it another way. Isn't the goal of Vision Zero safety, not convenience? What is the goal of Vision Zero? Safety, not convenience, correct?
That's correct, yeah. So,
So is this an unsafe intersection as it is now, that has a high rate of accidents and injuries and other things?
sure, yeah, that came up when we were evaluating the overall grant project, and we don't feel like the left turn currently from the through lane, you have adequate visibility to make that left turn.
I understand
safe.
that, I understand that, and accept that argument.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
My experience, and, well, number one, I don't know that we have any jurisdiction over whether they do it or don't do it, but my experience is coming down State Street and coming to Mission, I find that if I can turn left and go over to Anacapa, it's a much, I would say, quicker, safer, because Anacapa is one way going down. So at that point is where I get off State Street. And that's, that's when I make a left turn.
And I would add that if we didn't have a left turn lane, you'd need to have a no left turn sign, which might be worse.
And then some enforcement.
Yeah.
And so,
I get off State Street at Constance and go over.
so is the question, well, because without a left turn lane, people can still turn left, it just stops all the traffic, right? And that's,
Unless it's posted, no left turn.
yeah, okay, so,
When we have, I have a comment, but this is
Okay.
questions.
yeah, okay. Any other questions?
Well, since traffic engineering is not in our purview, we probably should stick to the subject matter.
But the impact on a historic resource is in our purview, hence my question.
Yeah, and a landmark, not just even, just.
You all accepted the historic structures report, that there is not,
Correct.
so you need, I think
I have
we're
a comment.
reopening that
I have
door
a
that.
comment that'll address that very issue when we get to comments.
Okay, so I have a question about that though as well, because although we accepted the report that it meets the Secretary of Interior standards, that's not our only, oh, sorry. That's not our only. Yeah, exactly. If phone a friend. That is a threshold that has to be met, but it's not the only thing that has to be met, right? So if there.
Right, but you just want to be consistent.
Well, no, but my point is, we can accept that while it doesn't harm the historic resource so much that it is a major, and I'm forgetting the terminology to it right now, but it's basically, you can give a minor impact to something, but it's not a major impact, so that you can say, yeah, that's still a historic resource and you haven't had a major impact, so it meets the Secretary of Interior standards.
Let's move the conversation along. The historic structures report said the project impacts are less than significant.
Yeah.
While the project impacts may be less than significant, the question remains, is the proposed change to the historic resource necessary to resolve the safety issues at this intersection? Can the safety problem at the intersection be resolved in a different way that has no impact on the historic source? And the answer to, my answer to that is, yes, you posted no left turn.
Yeah, okay. So I agree with that reasoning. I think that and we can still agree with the historic resource report, which allows us to do a move.
Correct.
And it's just like when a project is analyzed in the same way, and then we say, okay, this design doesn't actually have a significant impact on it. But it has still an impact on it. We'd rather have you design it a different way and still get certain things out of it. But then you have to revise the report to find a different way, which also finds that it doesn't, it also meets the Secretary of Interior
The
standards.
next question is the project as it's been proposed to us has, I believe, it's a 20-foot lane, which is less than the regular, I think it was 35 feet is the customary, right? So is this solution actually resolve the safety issue. If, in fact, this is such a high-traffic intersection, shouldn't it be, in the Vision Zero model, a more adequate solution? In other words, you can also question, is the 20-foot allowance, which is less than significant impact on the strip, but is that adequate to resolve the safety issue? Vision Zero says Upper State is #1 area of concern, and #5 on that Vision Zero is Mission. So the corner of Mission and State is a crucial, in the Vision Zero plan, a crucial intersection. It's a gridded area, so there are other options for moving traffic through a grid. If this were up Outer State, near where I live, there'd be no alternative, because there's no grid. There's no way to distribute traffic on Outer State downtown. But this is a particular intersection with a particular historic resource. And so my question is, why do we need a left turn lane there if there are other options for turning left off State Street?
Okay, so that question now to you, why do we need a left turn lane? Or
Sure.
why do we need to turn left here? And in this case, we're doing it with a left turn lane.
Yeah, a couple of points I would say. I think it's important for circulation that we don't prohibit movements that don't need to necessarily be prohibited, from my perspective. The 20-foot removal of the median would provide sufficient visibility to alleviate those safety concerns that we see at that intersection. So my concern with just putting up a no left turn sign would be compliance with it as well. That would ultimately mean that there's still people turning left from that through lane, and that doesn't resolve the Vision Zero element of the project that we're looking to resolve.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, was there a traffic analysis done with the addition of this proposed left turn lane, and how that would affect traffic in that intersection?
We don't think it'll affect overall traffic volumes at the intersection. I think people who want to turn left there are doing so now. We're just providing a safer way for them to make that turn.
So, okay, I'm not sure I understand. Go ahead.
I can
please.
expand a little
Go
bit.
ahead, expand,
If we were going to prohibit left turns here, I think we would have needed to do a formal circulation study, and that's what we did on Sola Street before we made any changes over there. Because we're not changing anything to circulation here, we haven't done a full traffic assessment to see what the traffic patterns would be like. I don't expect them to change.
Okay, thank you. I think that answers the question.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Early.
I believe by the proposed removal of the 20 feet, the turn lane is 35 feet at least, or maybe a smidge more. So the depth of the turn lane is compliant with engineering standards, from what I understand. And it's helpful that you provided those dimensions on the drawings, because otherwise, other than you saying it, we wouldn't have known. Question.
Okay.
They nodded their
Yeah.
heads, so they.
Yeah.
I have
Okay.
a question.
Commissioner McClure.
If you put a no left turn lane sign in, where would the sign go? Like if you tried to prohibit the left turning, what would that look like, and where would it be located?
Sure. It would, coming southbound, you would see a no left turn sign on the near right of the intersection along the sidewalk, and then it would need to have a second one on the far left or on the mast arm. So you'd see two signs.
And pardon my interruption, Mr. Chair, before we go too far down the road of evaluating the project based on prohibiting a left turn, that's not what's being proposed before us today, so we shouldn't go down that road. We should just evaluate what's before us. I do understand that you're looking at alternatives to impacting the historic resource, and in that way, those questions are relevant, but we shouldn't go down the rabbit hole of what would it look like if there was no left turn available? Have you done a traffic study on that? Because that's not what's proposed. We need to evaluate the project that is before us.
Okay.
And then secondly, is the existing island with the palms in it, is that a sandstone curb all the way up to Constance?
I think it was stated it's concrete.
No, it's concrete.
And it was designed as concrete when they installed it. We have the original
So the
plans.
comment about maybe changing that little radius to sandstone would be a little incompatible? I guess was my
I think,
question.
according to the Secretary of Interior standards, you would need to use matching material, not substitute, because then you're conjecturing history. But I have talked to Derek Bailey when we awarded the landmark status, and he was thinking about putting a sandstone rock in the median with the landmark plaque in it, so people would know it's a landmark.
In the left turn lane.
In the left turn lane. No, in the median.
That solves the problem. There's a design.
Mr. Chair, I have to leave by
This is
9.
so
Okay, yeah, let's
If
wrap
I
this
could
up.
answer the question as well.
Okay.
We talked to our historian before the meeting and asked them about the sandstone curb, and they said that it's not compatible with the concrete existing. Yeah.
A question about it, did you look at any other way of marking now that it might be 90 cuts but not 999 cuts, but is there as in death by 1,000 cuts, is there a way of in the pavement indicating where the curb came to, or was that considered at all as in like as a concrete flush thing or something to demarcate where the landmark actually reached to, a la what the Presidio has done crossing the street, where you're still seeing where the old walls were, and was there any consideration of keeping a memory?
I think we asked the historian consultant about that the last time they were here when we reviewed the drawing. They didn't seem to think that that was a bad idea.
So is that,
We initially weren't considering it just because of the maintenance that it would take to take care of it, but ultimately we can look into it. Yeah.
It does become a challenging little area to maintain when you have a concrete ribbon around asphalt in a small area like that. But if that's something that the board would like to see, we can make that happen.
okay. All right,
Question?
thank you. Yeah,
Question?
Commissioner
Couple
Ansberg.
questions. Do people currently go into between the double yellow lines and go pull into there to turn left?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. The problem is it's not a long enough area to do it without blocking the through traffic there. So that's part of the reason of removing the 20
Pulling it
feet.
back.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the other question, I had two other questions. One is, why, and I think you talked about this last time, so forgive me for asking again. The Domus fixtures, where did they come from? Why were they selected, and why are they superior to what we have, the teardrop or any other number of fixtures that we have?
I don't have a great date for when that happened, but I do know that it came to the board for review as part of our city standard detail process, so that moving forward with these types of projects, we can be consistent with our lighting styles. I think the Domus style fixture and the slimline fixture have pretty equivalent lighting distribution patterns. The teardrop, I think, is not as effective at lighting up the roadway.
So the HLC reviewed that and approved the Domus a long time ago?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
So
And
that
then-
applicants didn't have to come back to HLC every time a streetlight needed replacing.
And then on the concrete poles, and sorry that I don't know more about the history of it, but like over on Milpas, for example, where the corn fixtures are that are a dark green and more traditional types of poles, do we not use those anymore? We like these concrete ones for some reason?
We primarily use the concrete poles for street lighting, the exception being at our teardrop style poles at traffic signals on a corridor like Carrillo or Milpas Street.
Are they in the El Pueblo Viejo, do we typically, I mean, we have all of these different types?
In EPV, we typically do the concrete pole with the Domus style fixture on top of it, yeah.
Thank you.
I might add to that the steel poles need repainting every once in a while. The concrete poles have a problem with graffiti, but they are ordered now with a graffiti-resistant coating on them.
And the concrete poles probably win in an accident.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and also
All right.
the objective was to have, for the city to have to keep not as much inventory of spare parts for lots of different poles and fixtures and this and that, keep that simple.
All right, we'll try to wrap this up now. So let's go to go to comments now, and let's try to converge on something votable.
I think Commissioner Jordan might want to lead with comments.
Do you want to jump in?
Not really, but I will. I am in favor of the lighting plan. I am in favor of increased safety that is consistent with Vision Zero. I still am not, and even though the report says the project impacts are less than significant, I am not convinced that touching the historic landmark is necessary in order to achieve a safer intersection. That's my comment.
All right.
Thank you.
Other comments?
Well, nobody's speaking up, so I will. I also approve of the lighting program, and I approve of replacing the teardrop fixtures with the Domus just for consistency, and I think the teardrop are a bit more glary, and they don't age well. Very good point about is it absolutely necessary to modify the landmark? And I think it's a compromise. I think that it would be a worse situation to try and ban left turns there because people are going to do it anyway, and then there'll be horns honking and this and that, so.
Uproar at City Hall.
Yeah. So I support the removal of 20 feet of the median in order to allow the left turn lane as proposed.
I support those comments. I'll make a motion for project design approval and final approval.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Uli and a second by Vice Chair House under discussion. Do you guys want to throw in an in memoriam?
Somebody under the bus?
Do you want to throw in in memoriam footprint? We want to consider that?
No, I would leave it to the engineers. If it's feasible, they know that we're interested, and if it's not feasible, then, okay, so, all right.
Okay. All right.
I'll have-
Commissioner Ensberg? Discussion?
Yeah, that's part of what their plan is.
I am being grumpy. I'm not, I don't.
The sugar high is wearing off.
But I will go with the wisdom of the group. I agree with Commissioner Dordan. I'm not in love with these fixtures at all, but it's something that's it's gone under the bridge long ago, so so be it. But I would rather have something much more romantic than what we are seeing, and this is a very important neighborhood. It's the transition from downtown into this neighborhood, so I feel like a lesser level of light could be possible without, blasting it away. Maybe not the most gentle way of saying that. If anything, I would prefer to see the median strip extended forward and eliminate the left turn and extend it forward so that it's more prominent from Mission Street. Now, I know that's not going to happen, but I'm just saying that for the record. So I will concede to what the rest of you have to say. I just wanted to make that comment. And I think we are losing a very important feeling and of the town by sort of, grabbing away at these pieces, and we're seeing this all over town in different ways. And I think Commissioner Dordan really stated it well about, the left turn lanes. And I think we're creating less safety than more safety with some of these changes that we've seen. But thank you for the work, and we'll see where it goes.
All right.
Call for the question.
Any other discussion?
I will just add that 1 foot candle is not a lot of light, so it's not blasting.
Well, we have a lot more fixtures.
Oh, and I did not ask, what is the color temperature of those lights?
Oh, yeah, it was, oh, wait, no, never mind.
I believe it's 3,000.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's acceptable.
It better be because it's all over the city.
Yeah. Well, I know there's been some some
All right.
applications where they were proposing 4,000.
We have a
I
roll
think on
call vote,
Haley or
please.
We
something.
need to, pardon
Nuh-uh.
me, we need to have the motion maker make the project compatibility findings
Oh,
and the minor
okay.
alterations findings.
Getting good at that. The project is consistent with our design guidelines. It is compatible with the character of the city and the neighborhood. The size, bulk, and scale of a 30-foot pole with an ugly lamp on it is appropriate. It's somewhat.
You are on TV, you know.
Yeah, yeah, I know. We have, no viewers. Sensitivity to adjacent landmark and historic resources is appropriate. These things are so narrow, they don't block anything. And it's an appropriate use of open space and landscaping.
All right, and the seconder, oh, wait.
We're not really modifying any exterior other than adding some streetlights, so there's no real impact to that. And it.
Cutting the curb.
Well, yeah, we're cutting the curb, okay. And it is consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards.
And the seconder has no choice but to agree.
Okay, under discussion, any other further discussion? I will just note that I wasn't here to vote against things or argue things before, so I'll be voting against it, because I think that there, maybe not all possibilities have been exhausted, so. All right, but I just wanted to have it on there, just so I've officially stated it, because I haven't, and I will at the end, too. All right, so roll call vote, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine. I'll proceed with roll call vote. Commissioner Dordian?
No.
Commissioner Ensberg?
I'd like to wait till the end, please.
Commissioner Butler?
Yes.
Commissioner Lindvik?
Yes.
Commissioner Uli?
Yes.
Wait, hold on, can you vote on it?
Oh, yeah, I was here last.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
gosh, sorry,
I was here
confused it with
when it came
with
up.
the
other one.
Yeah, sorry, I want
Commissioner Uli? I can't remember if you said yes.
I said yes.
Oh, thank you.
You have no
Commissioner McClure?
question.
I was not here, no.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Vice Chair House?
Yes.
Chair Grumbine?
no,
Commissioner Ensberg? Motion passes.
okay, and what was the count? Sorry,
It was 6 yeses, 3 nos.
6, wait, that doesn't make sense.
5 yeses, 3 noes.
5
Five
yeses,
3
3
no's,
nos.
1 abstention. It's a long night, it's okay. All right, and then for those that vote no, we need to say why. So, you want to go ahead?
For the reasons I stated earlier, I don't feel it's necessary to touch the historic landmark to resolve the safety issue.
All right, and, yeah, and I think that similarly, and that not all, it was not clear to me that all options have been exhausted before going about this way.
And I will agree with the statements of the 2 previous commissioners.
All right. All right, this is, let's see, it's project design approval and final approval, so it is appealable to city council within 10 days, and thank you very much, and, yeah. All right.
Adjournment.
Oh, and the meeting is adjourned.